Do you have it handy? Yeah. I'm actually trying. I'll write it down.
Washington State of Michigan is now in session. On those side of business before the court draw near, the Honorable Judge J. Second Simpson presiding.
You may be seated. Court does call the cases of the people of the state of Michigan versus Willow versus Lewis versus Tachna Fromm versus McKean Shapiro versus Mueller versus Siddiqui versus Kosler. Counsel, starting on that side, please. Well, starting with the Attorney General, state your opinion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Assistant Attorney General Sean Ryan, here on behalf of the people.
Yes, sir.
Lauren asked on behalf of Mr. Shapiro.
And Ryan Parad, PA 3665 on behalf of.
Morning to you, Your Honor. Morning to your staff. Mayor Mackler representing the Samantha Blues, present standing.
Good morning. If it pleases the court, John Minnick on behalf of Avi Tachna Fromm.
Good morning. My name is Stacy McNulty. I'm representing Oliver Kosler.
Morning, Your Honor, both you and your staff, Ali Ajami, PA 4476, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Siddiqui.
Last but not least.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jamil Kuja appearing on behalf of Michael Miller.
All right, thank you. All right, this date and time set for preliminary examination in these matters. The record should first reflect that there were discussions between myself and counsel, request of counsel in chambers. Those have concluded. I don't think there was necessarily anything other than a stipulation as to the videos that are going to be played.
Your Honor, it is my understanding that People's Exhibit number 3, which contains some body worn cameras as well as an additional video, would be related to admitted into evidence by each counsel.
All right. I'll do it this way, unless there's somebody that objects to that. Let me know. Otherwise, I will assume that is the agreement. All right, very good. All right. And are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your first witness.
The people would call Andrew Box to the stand.
When you take a seat, raise your right hand. When you take a seat. You solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Well, that's it. State,
Let him go ahead and then I'll go ahead.
state, spell your first and last name for the record.
Andrew Box, ANDREW.
Yes.
The court has not already done so. We're asking for mutual order of sequestration of any witnesses that may be testified.
All right. All other witnesses are, is there a response to that, other than the officer in charge? The officer in charge may remain. The court will order witnesses that are anticipated to testify They are hereby ordered sequestered. They are also not to either view this as it's being streamed, they're not to view it on YouTube, and they are not to talk to each other prior to their testimony.
And I'd like the record to reflect that yesterday afternoon, I sent an email out to all of my witnesses, basically stating exactly what you just said.
Then it was a brilliant email. All right, very good. You may say.
Good morning. Where are you employed, sir?
I'm employed with the University of Michigan as a University Fire Marshal.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you to keep your voice up. I can hear you, but I just want to make sure that counsel at the second table, if anyone has an issue with volume, just kind of raise your hand, okay?
Okay.
Thanks. You work, I'm sorry, University of Michigan?
Yes,
In what capacity?
as the University Fire Marshal,
And how long have you been a fire marshal?
approximately 14 months now.
What do your duties entail as a fire marshal?
Anything related to fire and life safety matters within the University Fire Code and ordinances are my responsibilities.
And can you tell the court briefly about your training and experience that brought you to your current position of fire marshal for the University of Michigan?
Sure. I'm entering my 39th year as a certified state firefighter, state of Michigan. I was recently retired from the City of Ann Arbor Fire Department after 26 years as an assistant chief. During that time, during my career, I also was a fire inspector / fire investigator for the city of Ann Arbor for 5 years. My state certifications include as a firefighter, fire inspector, fire investigator. Also, I hold 2 master's degrees, public safety administration, university management, and flight administration. I also hold several national certifications through National Fire Executive Fire Officer Program across the country.
I direct your attention to the date of April 22nd, 2024. Were you working that day?
I was.
What were the normal hours or what time did you get to work? Would you say approximately?
My normal hours are from 7 to 5 p.m.
Did there come a point in time while you were at work that morning that you overheard people in the building talking that caught your attention? Yes,
I was in my office that morning and I heard people talking about an encampment that just taking place in the DIA on the central campus. And probably soon after that, my supervisor, my direct supervisor, executive director, Danielle Sheen, was Health and Safety Department within the university, came into my office and asked me to go out on site.
So you mentioned the word DIAG. Can you tell me what that is?
Sure. The DIAG is located in the city of Ann Arbor in Washington County. Specifically, it's between North University and South University. South State Street borders the western side of the DIAG, and I believe it's Church Street is on the eastern side.
And is that part of the University of Michigan?
It is, yes, it is.
So as a result of your director telling you to go out there, what did you do?
I proceeded out there and approached the area just to get an overall view. And at the time, I saw approximately 15 to 20 tents located right within the central aspect of the DIAG, just north of Hatcher Library.
When you say the central, what was the word that you used?
Central campus.
No, I know central campus, but was it, where on the DIAG was it? The DIAG is a
So,
large area.
correct. So it would be immediately north of the Hatcher Library.
Was it on concrete, grass, or something else?
At the time, it was on concrete, which is also a direct fire roadway for access for the Ann Arbor City Fire Department.
What, if anything else, did you see?
At the time, I saw multiple tents closely gathered together or collected together. I saw several surge protectors that were maxed out with different electrical equipment, electronic equipment attached to it. There was a generator. There was also a 1 gallon gas tank that was in direct sunlight that was way over pressurized as it was in direct sunlight. And there was also a perimeter set up with, at the time it was rolled, but it appeared to be rolled with bed sheets draped over it.
What time of the day did you go there?
It was approximately 9:30 in the morning.
What did you do?
At the time, I made contact with two of them, Department of Public Safety and Security officers, Gochi and Benson. And they asked me to go and meet with an encampment liaison. And that's what I did. I approached from the north, was on the outer perimeter of the encampment, and spoke with an individual, and he identified himself as the encampment liaison.
What, if anything, did you say to him?
I identified that the encampment was within a fire lane, a designated fire lane, that the tents that were in place were also a fire code violation, along with the gasoline, the generators, and the overloaded electrical equipment.
You mentioned a fire code violation. Just briefly tell me about, what do you mean by that?
Any type of designated fire lane or fire roadway cannot be impeded or blocked for fire department access. That was first and foremost. The of great concern was the tent placement and the tent materials that were being used at the time, which are highly combustible. The university and the fire code has a stipulation within it that tents need to be at approximately 20 feet away separation due to the high combustibility of the materials that are used. Also, the university has a policy that requires that all tents or temporary structures, as they can also be referred to as being made of fire resistant materials.
You talk about the fire code. Is that a city code, university code, or something else?
So it's a university code that's adopted by the Board of Regents. It's produced by the International Code Conference or Committee. And the fire code is referred to as the International Fire Code of the 2015 edition.
So through the Board of Regents, the university has adopted the International Fire Code.
Yes, they have.
So when you're referring to the fire code, that's the one you're referring
Yes, ma'am.
to. Okay. What, if anything else, did you indicate to this person, Damon?
That the current situation really led itself to a high risk of life safety and the potential for serious injuries, if not death. It really resonated with me due to my experiences within the City of Fire Department and being experiencing multiple homeless encampment fires where the tents, materials, the combustible nature of those materials have caught fire and caused significant serious life-altering injuries.
You mentioned you saw at this time about approximately 15 to 20 tents.
10 to 15.
Excuse me, I'm, okay, 10 to 15. 10 to 15?
Yes.
And what was the distance approximately between them?
There was no separation between the tents.
They were not 20 feet apart.
No.
Was there any response from a member of the encampment?
The encampment liaison said that he would take the information back to the collective.
What happened next?
So I'm gonna object, if we could just have some identification of who this liaison is, if it's any of the defendants or somebody else.
Can we clarify that as to?
You testified that this is an individual who identified themselves as a person named Damon.
Yes, in my email communication, yes.
And you just testified to it as well.
Yes,
Is that any of the people in court today?
it does not, nobody here looks familiar, no.
Judge, and I'd object to hearsay as far as that person telling him what he did, that he notified people.
Your Honor, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but to indicate what this officer or what this fire marshal did next.
Objections overruled. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Judge.
So as a result of that response? What, if anything, did you do?
At that time, the individual turned around and walked away. And the conversation was ended. I went back and went back further away from the perimeter, or north of the perimeter, and met with Dolce and Benson, and just recapped what we talked about. And that was my extent.
You mentioned that there was a gasoline container in direct sunlight. Was there anything that was done with that gasoline container?
There was an individual who was behind the encampment liaison. A person, after they heard it, grabbed the container and took it back into tent area, and that's the last I saw it.
Did you have any further contact with the diet?
No, I did not.
I want to direct your attention to the date of May 16th of 2024. Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
And in the early, similar shift?
Yes.
And did you, in that morning time frame, overhear a conversation in your office?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you hear? And it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but for why he then took the next actions that he did. What did you overhear?
So
I'm still gonna object that's the hearsay.
But it's being offered for his state of mind as to what he then did.
Correct.
All right. I'll overrule the objection at this point and hear the response.
Thank you.
Go on.
I was in my office at my desk, and within our office space, it's very open. It's an old factory, so there's a lot of sound reverberation. And I heard individuals within my work unit talking about how massive the encampment has become.
And as a result of overhearing that statement, what, if anything, did you do?
Immediately, I got off and I traveled to the diag again, or to the encampment, to observe and assess the size of the encampment.
And if I understand your testimony just a little while ago, you had not been there in
No, I
between
had
these
not.
days. About what time of day was this?
This was approximately again at 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And what did you see when you got there?
So I approached from the south, which would have came off of South University Avenue, all adjacent to Shapiro Library, between Shapiro Library and Hatcher. And
Can I stop you for 1 second?
yes,
Shapiro is the undergraduate library
it is.
and Hatcher is the graduate library.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
And as I was walking up from, basically approaching from the south, one of the things that I witnessed that hadn't been there before was the condition of a fire hydrant. Large diameter opening on the fire hydrant had been forcibly removed. The seamer fitting, as it's called, is not a forged piece of steel that's attached to the hydrant. It is an insert that placed in there with solder, and it takes an extreme amount of force to dislodge that steamer fitting from a fire hydrant. That was the first thing that I noticed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with a proposed exhibit that I have previously provided counsel and also did show them today?
And your identification of that exhibit is exhibit
Number 1.
number 1.
It is a two pages of 2 photos.
All right. Is there going to be any objection or voir dire regarding this exhibit?
I don't know that it's an objection because I've discussed this with counsel, but the the exhibit, as I understand, is not being introduced with an inference that anybody having something to do with the encampment was responsible for the damage.
It's being offered as to the condition of the hydrant at that time.
All right. Is there any objection to its admission?
I would also object, it's just not clear as to how long that hydrant was damaged. And it's not necessarily clear if that's as a result of the encampment. That would be the basis of my objection, would be relevance.
Well, I think I know where it's going. I'll overrule that objection. I'll admit exhibit 1. Yes.
there a way to display the?
Yes, you have to ask. Are you, so you have it on your screen,
I do.
can we?
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
So you have a paper copy in front of you and, oh, you can see that screen over there. So, page 1 of People's Exhibit number 1, what are we looking at?
That is the fire hydrant that I discovered that was damaged. This was directly north of the Shapiro Library.
Is that building Shapiro Library in the background?
It is.
And then page 2 of People's Exhibit number 1,
Yes.
what are we looking at here?
That's the frontal view of the fire hydrant. You can see the insert has been forced or been removed from the fire hydrant. That's my shadow taking the picture.
And as a result of the condition of this fire hydrant, what does that mean in regards to the operability of the fire hydrant?
This fire hydrant's been rendered out of service and ineffective for any type of emergency fire operations.
Your Honor, I'm done with the projector.
Very
Do you know how long that fire hydrant had been damaged?
And I do not.
And obviously you have no personal knowledge as to how it became inoperable.
No, I do not.
Why was that significant to you in any way?
This was my first observation as I was the encampment. This fire hydrant in collaboration with the City of Denver Fire Department, Fire Chief Mike Kennedy, we had pre-planned in the event that if there was a fire emergency, this was going to be the primary fire hydrant they used due to the accessibility of South University and its direct line of path. There's one other fire hydrant just north of the diag or the encampment. However, that's not as accessible and readily available due to the Denver Fire Department having to travel through the diag on design sidewalks to support the weight.
After you observed the fire hydrant, took your photos, what did you do now, that next?
Then I proceeded further north around the encampment, being sensitive and respectful of what was taking place. When I turned the corner, basically the north would be the northeast corner of Hatcher. I was shocked as to the size of the encampment.
What did you see?
I saw basically a miniature city of tents and that had basically tripled their size
From the previous time that you
from
saw?
the previous time.
Can you describe the location of the tents?
The tents were primarily on the grassy areas, which would be east and west of the concrete pad area. There was also what was very noticeable to me, a fortified perimeter. Previously, when I was there, it involved rope and what appeared to be as bed sheets draped over the rope. On that day, on May 16th, it was fortified chicken wire with stakes driven into the ground and reinforced with other materials, which really made that encampment a fortress where people could not escape in the event that there was a fire.
How many tents would you say were there at that time?
My estimate was up to 30.
What were the proximities of the tents to each other?
Densely packed.
You mentioned that there was a perimeter around the encampment. Were there any openings or roads or pathways, I should say?
The tents themselves were encircled by the fence. I can't recall about the concrete area.
What, if anything else, did you observe that was significant to you?
The most significance was the fortified perimeter and how densely packed the tents were. Again, based on my experiences, especially involving the homeless encampments.
That's what I was gonna ask you about, but no, go ahead. My question was, why were you, next question would be, why were you concerned?
The highly combustible nature of the materials and how densely packed the tents were would prevent any type or anyone from freely escaping in the event of a fire.
You mentioned your prior experience with homeless campfires. How many, as a firefighter or being part of the fire department, how many of those have you responded to in your career?
6.
And what, if anything, about those experiences and things that you saw on those particular scenes or gave you concern about what you were seeing on the diet that day?
Sure. What I saw the day and what relates back to my prior experiences is just the type of combustible materials that were available within the encampment. I had no idea if there was gasoline, flammable combustible liquids within the tents, the just personal belongings, and it's the inability for the occupants to escape in the event of an emergency, fire emergency.
There's a fire, there's smoke, correct?
Yes, there is.
What, if anything, does smoke generally do?
The smoke is blinding and it disorientates occupants that are exposed to it. It's choking and it makes it extremely difficult to navigate through open pathways, not alone pathways that are obstructed or not even existent.
How long would it take, if you know, the Ann Arbor Fire Department to respond to the DIAG in case of a fire emergency?
The fire station that's assigned to the central campus or the DIAG is located at North Fifth Avenue and East Huron Street. That response time would be approximately 4 minutes.
And based on your training and experience, if there's on a fire,
Planned in the event that if there was a fire emergency, this was going to be the primary fire hydrant they used due to the accessibility of South University and its direct line of path. There's one other fire hydrant just north of the DIAG or the encampment. However, that's not as accessible and readily available due to the Ann Arbor Fire Department having to travel through the DIAG on designed sidewalks to support the weight.
after you observed the fire hydrant, took your photos, what did you do now, that next?
Then I proceeded further north around the encampment, being sensitive and respectful of what was taking place. When I turned the corner, basically the north would be the northeast corner of Hatcher. I was shocked as to the size of the encampment.
What did you see?
I saw basically a miniature city of tents, and that had basically tripled in size
From the previous time that you
from
saw?
the previous time.
Can you describe the location of the tents?
The tents were primarily on the grassy areas, which would be east and west of the concrete pad area. There was also what was very noticeable to me, a fortified perimeter. Previously, when I was there, it involved rope and what appeared to be as bed sheets draped over the rope. On that day, on May 16th, it was fortified chicken wire with stakes driven into the ground and reinforced with other materials, which really made that encampment a fortress where people could not escape in the event that there was a fire.
How many tents would you say were there at that time?
My estimate was up to 30.
What were the proximities of the tents to each other?
Densely packed.
You mentioned that there was a perimeter around the encampment. Were there any openings or roads or pathways, I should say.
The tents themselves were encircled by the fence. I can't recall about the concrete area.
What, if anything else, did you observe that was significant to you?
The most significance was the fortified perimeter and how densely packed the tents were. Again, based on my experiences, especially involving the homeless encampments.
That's what I was gonna ask you about, but no, go ahead. My question is, why were you, next question would be, why were you concerned?
The highly combustible nature of the materials and how densely packed the tents were would prevent any type or anyone from freely escaping in the event of a fire.
You mentioned your prior experience with homeless campfires. How many, as a firefighter or being part of the fire department, how many of those have you responded to in your career?
6.
And what, if anything, about those experiences and things that you saw on those particular scenes or gave you concern about what you were seeing on the diet that day?
Sure. What I saw the day and what relates back to my prior experiences is just the type of combustible materials that were available within the encampment. I have no idea if there was gasoline, flammable combustible liquids within the tents, the just personal belongings, and the inability for the occupants to escape in the event of an emergency, fire emergency.
There's a fire, there's smoke, correct?
Yes, there is.
What, if anything, does smoke generally do?
The smoke is blinding and it disorientates occupants that are exposed to it. It's choking and it makes it extremely difficult to navigate through open pathways, not alone pathways that are obstructed or not even existent.
How long would it take, if you know, the Ann Arbor Fire Department to respond to the diag in case of a fire emergency?
The fire station that's assigned to the central campus or the diag is located at North Fifth Avenue and East Huron Street. That response time would be approximately 4 minutes.
And based on your training and experience on a fire in that encampment, within 4 minutes, what, if anything, would you expect to see?
Objection, speculation.
I don't know that there's foundation for that. If you want to give, I'll sustain the objection as to that.
Sure. I guess this goes back to, I was trying to kind of keep it a little shorter, but going back to your training and your experience, is that something that you would be able to express an opinion on in regards to my question, based on your training and experience, and what training and experience do you have that you would be able to offer that opinion?
Sure. Based on my training and experience and my education, in addition to my two master's degrees, I have a bachelor's degree in fire science, and also 2 associate degrees, or one additional associate degree in fire protection technology.
Have you been taught and you have experience in how long or short it takes for a fire to catch and spread?
Yes.
Using various materials?
Using various materials, synthetics, nylon type materials, yes.
So you've attended schooling and been taught in that type of area?
Through fire investigation training, yes.
Okay. And you did testify that you were a fire investigator. Does that mean you've investigated cause and origins of fire after the fact?
I have, yes.
And is that something based upon your 3 certifications that you testified to, you're able to tell based on a fire occurring, what type of substances might have been around that fire, how long something takes to burn, and how long a fire takes to spread.
I can identify the materials, and through lab analysis, I can determine the exact type of material it is and the flammability rates and ignition temperatures.
So you've done that in the past.
Yes,
Are you familiar with the flammability rates of synthetic tent material?
highly combustible. Don't have an exact Fahrenheit degree, but highly combustible.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask this witness the question I asked previously. I do believe that he has training and experience to answer that question.
Mr. Minnick?
Same objection.
All right, overruled at this point. Go ahead, you may ask the question.
That 4-minute time frame that the fire department, we would take the fire department to respond to the diag, based upon your training and experience, within 4 minutes of a fire in the area that you saw on May 16th, what would you have expected to see?
It would have been over within 4 minutes prior to the ever fire department survive.
What do you mean by that?
The fire would have been burning itself out by that time, within 4 minutes. For the entire had caught fire within that encampment, it would have rapidly spread and would have consumed those materials within 4 minutes or less.
You say those materials. Are you talking about all the tents?
The tents, specifically the plastic tarps, the blue plastic tarps that were incorporated in the perimeter, also the personal belongings, the clothing, other materials. I can't speak to what was inside the tent.
Sure.
But just personal belongings, those would be smaller requirements.
And what about any?
I'm object is to speculation on that. If he says he doesn't know what the personal belongings are, he's not.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You're going to wait if I give it any weight whatsoever. So I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, Counsel.
What about any people that would have been in those tents?
They would have been severely injured.
So after observing what you've described, and your concerns, what did you feel, if anything, would happen to any humans or individuals that may have been in that encampment had a fire taken place?
Based on my training, education, and experiences, in an email that I wrote that afternoon, the loss of life would be catastrophic.
After you left the diag that morning, what did you do?
I went back to my office. I waited to have an opportunity to speak with my direct supervisor on my observations. I informed my direct supervisor that I was going to write an email to the leadership within DPSS of my observations.
And did you do that?
I did.
And are those, so to say, your supervisors, or how do you describe? I know it's sort of a hierarchical, different departments and divisions. Who, in essence, were you notifying?
I was notifying the senior leadership of the Department of Public Safety and Security.
Of your opinions and your concerns?
Yes.
Now, the following day, on May 17th, did you also express some recommendations?
Yes.
And why did you do that, and what were they?
I was asked by senior leadership within DPSS to provide possible solutions to address the hazards and risk assessment within the encampment, which included removing all combustible materials, removing any type of flammable liquids that may be present, removing the perimeter that was surrounding the tent.
Talk about the chicken wire.
Yes, chicken wire. I can look my notes to.
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
Do you have it with you, or do you want my?
I can take your copies. Two other items that I.
So without reading, I can't let you read from it.
No.
That's okay. Take your time, review it. When you're done reviewing it, you can turn it over and let me know when you're done. Does that refresh your memory?
It does, thank you.
Go ahead.
I asked them to refrain from any type of open flame, which is also a university ordinance, or any type of smoking materials. The other thing that I asked is for the overloaded circuits that I saw originally to.
And did you have any further involvement after this?
No.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I have no further questions of this witness.
All right, good. Commissioner Morad, cross-examination.
I'm assuming I should remain here at the desk, Judge, right?
And we can pick you up from there, or you can the podium, either way.
Or Ms. Fox.
Thanks, sir.
I just have a few questions for you. I'm going to be quick. Now, you talked about highly combustible material, correct? Now, how close did you get to these tents when you were walking through the diag?
I was probably within 5 feet of the fence.
Did you have the chance to touch any of the tents?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So you were not closer than 5 feet upon inspecting these tents, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that you don't know what the material was made of?
Based on my experience and training, the tent material appeared to be synthetic and nylon material.
Okay, so, and you would agree that you're not sure if it was nylon, but that's what you're just thinking? Okay. Now, I'm gonna take you to this fire hydrant. Now, you testified about a fire hydrant being damaged, correct? And you already admitted that you weren't aware of how long it had been damaged, correct? You also said that that was the closest fire hydrant to the diag, is that correct?
That was the primary fire identified by the.
Are you aware that there are two other fire hydrants that are a lot closer to the actual diag than that one?
I was aware of one, which I noted, which was just north of the encampment. And the fire hydrant that was in question, the primary one, was the one that was identified by the fire department to be used.
Okay. Would you know any reason why?
I'm sorry.
Would you know why they would pick that fire hydrant instead of the closer one?
Yes,
Could you tell me?
sure. It allows immediate direct access off a street, which was in South University, the direct line of travel to the fire department on their arrival, to make that connection to that fire hydrant as a water supply, and then advance hoses from that location towards the encampment in the event of a fire.
Those are the only two questions I have for Sean.
All right, very good. Any questions? Mr. Macklin, any questions?
Fire Marshal Box, is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to follow up, and not to be too duplicative about this fire hydrant. I'd just like to know, you're indicating that the city of Ann Arbor's fire department identified this hydrant as the primary fire hydrant for use in the event of a fire on the diag. Is that correct? When was that identification made?
All right, hold on a second, counsel. It's not you. Folks, you can leave. You are not going to be allowed back in. Officers, so that council's not distracted. We're not going to allow anybody in during the questioning. Counsel, you may
Thank you.
just set it. You just walk back in. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Marshal Box. When was this identified by the Ann Arbor Police Fire Department as the primary fire hydrant to be used in the event of a fire at the diag?
I had direct conversations with Fire Chief Kennedy soon after the encampment was established.
Okay, so soon after the encampment was established, which would have been on April 22nd, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so this specific fire hydrant was not something that was written down in a policy for other potential events that could have occurred at the diag. The diag historically has been known as a public space that could be used for any type of speech activity. Is that correct? And there's been historically many protests for different issues at the DIAG in the years that you've been involved in fire enforcement in the city of Ann Arbor. Is that correct? All right. In this particular situation, this fire hydrant only became the primary use after this encampment was created. Is that correct? All right. So the primary use of this fire hydrant was directly involved in this specific encampment involving these specific individuals. Is that correct?
It was identified to be used, yes.
All right. But you also acknowledge that there's other fire hydrants that are close proximity to the DIAG as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you don't know when that fire hydrant became out of service. Is that correct? When you noticed this on what day? In May? I wrote in my notes, May 16. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. You're the fire marshal. You're responsible for fire safety issues in the city of Ann Arbor and on campus, correct? All right. Did you immediately place a work order to have that fire hydrant repaired?
Yes.
Okay. And was it repaired?
Yes.
When?
I don't know.
Okay. This was a public safety concern for you, yes? So that public safety concern would be a priority for you. Is that correct? And when you make an order to repair something, it's created with some high priority in terms of time. Time is of the essence. Is that true? Was it repaired within the day after, the next 2 days, the next 3 days? When was this fire hydrant repaired?
I do not know.
You have documents or records that would be able to answer that if you wanted to look into it, couldn't you?
Yes.
All right. At this stage, you don't know though.
No, and the reason why I don't have that information, nor do I have direct access to the information, is the city of Ann Arbor is the responsible party for maintaining the fire hydrants within the DIAG area. Chief Kennedy submitted a work order that afternoon when I informed him of the damaged fire hydrant. It's out of the university's control to repair that hydrant.
I understand.
In a quick fashion, if you.
It's not the responsibility of the university, it's the responsibility of the municipality.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The municipality is not in your control. You don't work for the municipality, correct? But you did make the clear request to have this service to the people responsible at the municipality, correct? Now, you were discussing with members of the municipal fire department your findings as well. Is that correct? You had fluid conversations, not only with just members of the public safety team at the university, but also with the city of Ann Arbor fire enforcement folks. Is that true? All right. And this didn't just start on May 16. You had spoken to them even prior to that, didn't
I'm sorry.
you? Had spoken to those same individuals even prior to May 16. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Because you had raised concerns as early as April 22nd. Is that true? And you had spoken to individuals from both university fire enforcement teams and municipal fire enforcement teams. True?
I spoke to, so the University of Michigan is not providing, using your words, fire enforcement teams.
Okay. Explain that.
Explain, the City of Ann Arbor Fire Department provides emergency response functions to the University of Michigan. Everything else from a life safety, fire safety perspective, code enforcement, that is managed, that is under the authority of the University of Michigan.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation. The public safety officials were also identified as individuals you shared your concerns with as well, in addition to municipal fire people. Is that correct? All right. Now, the public safety individuals at the university had been meeting and discussing this encampment among themselves as well, to your knowledge. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. And that happened around April 22nd. Is that correct?
My understanding is that's when the DPSS department started to manage the situation or manage the encampment.
Okay. And how was that being managed, if you know?
That was being managed through the University Management, University Operations Center, and that involved the senior leadership of the DPSSS.
Okay. Were they also sending representatives to the encampment to have discussions with whoever was in charge of the encampment or members of their I think you called it cooperative or something along those lines? Collective, okay.
For me to answer that question would be an assumption.
Okay, don't assume anything. All right, that's fine. If you don't know, you don't know. Okay. Now, here's why I bring this up. In the conversations that you were having in April 22nd and close proximity all the way through May 16, there were discussions among, where you included, with other public safety officials about how to disperse the encampment. Is that true?
No,
Okay, what were those discussions about then?
those discussions were in emergency preparation and planning in the event of a fire emergency at the site. There was no discussion of dispersing the encampment that I was involved with anybody.
At some point, there was a decision to make to disperse the encampment. Is that true?
I'm not aware of that conversation.
You were not involved in that. Okay. Your purpose and goal is fire safety. That's your primary goal. You don't care about the speech of any particular protest that's happening in the diag at all. Am I correct? You don't care what the topic is. Is that true? Okay. You are mostly concerned about having accessible resources in the event of a fire. Yes? And the safety of those involved and others that may not be involved. Is that true? Okay, very well. As the fire marshal, you noticed certain things as you went to this diag. You went twice to the diag, correct?
April 22nd and May 16th.
Any other times in between or thereafter? So on these two occasions, you made observations about boundaries of the encampment that raised concerns to yourself. Is that correct? The first time on May 16th, you spoke about rope and then I think bed sheets or some sort of material that would have been covering the rope. Is that right? All right. Did you ask those materials to be removed by the members of the encampment? And who did you direct that to?
The individual who identified himself as the camp liaison.
Okay. And in fact, it was later removed. Is that correct?
No,
You went on the 16th and there was a different material there. The rope is not there any longer. Is that correct?
I couldn't see where the rope was at.
So how do you know if it was removed or not?
It was reinforced, I said.
Okay. So other material, the gasoline tank. You didn't see the gasoline tank after the April 22nd incident. Is that true?
No, I did not.
The generator. You didn't see the generator after the April 22nd incident. Is that correct? All right. There were 4 entry points, large entry points, and a fire lane created within the encampment. Is that correct?
I did not see any access points, nor did I see any type of fire lanes established by the encampment.
Did you walk around the encampment fully?
Yes, it did.
And 360 degrees. And you're indicating that there was not a fire lane open or any approach for a fire.
Not to allow piece of fire apparatus freely to operate within that area.
Okay. You got that. All right. In terms of other, I'd call them powers. You have authority as the fire marshal to investigate certain things, correct? In regards to fire safety.
Yes, along within the fire code itself, yes.
Okay. And you can give corrective orders as the fire marshal for things to be corrected immediately. Is that true?
In the university, I have the ability to make recommendations to authorities. I cannot enforce or issue violations or penalties for such conditions.
Okay. And you did not immediately on April 22nd make these recommendations for any enforcement to happen at the diag. Is that correct?
Sure, knows DPSSS.
Did you request enforcement to occur?
Yes,
What did you request and how?
I requested that those conditions be removed.
And that was done in an email?
No, that was verbal with Gochi and Benson, the 2 officers that were there.
Do you know, did you follow up with Gochi and Benson in regards to the requests that you gave them? Do you know if they ever actually told anybody at the encampment to remove certain items that pose a fire hazard?
I'm not aware of their communications with their senior leadership.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Minnick.
Sir, you said that you didn't see a fire lane which would allow fire equipment in, right?
Correct.
Your primary concern would have been for people to be able to exit on foot, not for a fire truck to drive in there. Isn't that right?
It would be both our concerns.
Well, I mean, the fire trucks we see that come out of the Fifth Avenue station are huge. Would there have even been space for a fire truck had the diag been vacant?
Yes, that area has been designed to allow that type of accessibility.
Were you present on May 21st in the early morning hours when the encampment was demolished? Have you viewed any photographs or video of that morning? No other questions.
All right, Ms. Askey. Council, if you, like, you can come to the podium, but their microphone in front of you will pick you up. So it's whatever, what do you say?
This will save time.
Okay, whatever is more convenient for you.
Mr. Box, I just want to clarify something. You said a fortified perimeter. What did you see that made you say that? Like, what is this fortified perimeter that you saw around the encampment?
Sure. Originally, when I saw it on April 22nd, it involved rope and basically bed sheets and tarps. On May 16th, there was that rope, and those bed sheets were fortified with chicken wire in large or long stakes that were driven into the ground. And then on top of the chicken wire, there was additional nylon rope and other types of materials draped over that chicken wire.
And when you saw that, did you see any fires?
Okay.
Did you see any smoke or anything like that?
Okay.
Okay. Was there anywhere where you could see people could get in and out of the encampment when you saw it?
The area that included the tents, there was absolutely no way for people to egress from the north. Again, depending if you're on the west side or east side, northwest, south, northeast, south. And it, like I said earlier, I can't recall what the area where the concrete was at. I can't recall if there was fencing in that space.
Okay, but can you recall if the entire area was covered with tents, or was it just a specific area like on the grass or on the concrete?
Originally, on May 22nd, the tents were located within the concrete area to the point where they were using sandbags to help support the tents. They couldn't drive it into the ground. On May 16th, the tents had expanded out into the grassy area in addition to the concrete area. And the tents were surrounded by this reinforced perimeter.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Nolte. Any questions?
Just a few. On May 16th, I believe. On May 16th, you attached 2 pictures to your email. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you send any other pictures to anyone else related to the amendment? Does the university have the ability to shut off electrical power to the diag?
That I am not familiar with.
Okay. You sent an email expressing your concerns on May 16th, correct? Please confirm for me, it was 5 days later that the encampment was cleared?
I'm not sure I don't recall when the encampment was, I wasn't involved with that,
Weren't involved.
no, at all.
Did you visit the encampment anytime after you sent your email on the 16th? That's all I have.
All right. Mr. Jami, go ahead.
Mr. Box, you previously mentioned that there were surge protectors that were maxed out. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how did you arrive to that conclusion that they were maxed out?
Because there was daisy chaining attached to the surge protectors. I was less than 2 feet away from them at the time. I made those observations. And every outlet was being used and it was being expanded against the fire code as well.
When you say expanded against the fire code, what do you mean by that?
The daisy chaining where you take one surge protector and plug it into another surge protector into another.
And you previously testified that you never actually saw what was inside of the tents in the encampment, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you said you did a 360 walk around the encampment,
Yes, I did.
and how close in proximity were you? We'll start on April 22nd. How close in proximity did you get to the encampment?
My initial approach was about 2 feet from the encampment on the north side. And then when I walked around, less than 5 feet. On both occasions.
You said on April 22nd, there were approximately 15 to 20 tents.
10 to 15.
10 to 15. And then later, when you subsequently visited, was May 16th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were there greater or less tents?
Significantly greater number of tents.
And when you say significantly greater, did you say it was between 15 and 20 at that time?
I believe I said earlier 20 to 30.
And it's true that you can't conclusively say what combustible material was present there. Is that correct? You didn't know.
Exclusively correct.
No further questions.
Mr. Kuchar.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Box. I just have a few, since they covered mostly everything. So the DIAG, it is public property, correct? All right, and students as well as non-students might engage in activities there, correct? And throughout history, it's basically been known as where people gather to express political speech. Fair?
Yes.
Right? There was Vietnam protests happened at that DIAG, correct? Vietnam War protests happened back in the day at that DIAG, correct? All right. People protested apartheid in South Africa at that DIAG. Right.
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor.
I'm just going over
What
the
is-
fact that it is where people gather on throughout many decades on causes of the day, right?
I'll overrule it, but you.
Okay, I'm gonna move
Fine,
on.
I grew up in Ann Arbor, I get it.
A few years back, there was Black Lives Matter protests, correct?
Again, Your Honor, objection as to relevance.
I'm gonna get to it, Judge.
This incident.
Well, let's get to it.
Right.
But I'll overrule it.
Were you the fire marshal at the time that there were protests for Black Lives Matter? Okay. When you took over the job, did you review things that had been done by the fire marshal who preceded you? How he responded to certain concerns or activities taking place on the university?
This encampment was unprecedented from a EHS, environment, health and safety, fire safety services perspective.
Okay, you didn't see any precedent relating to this, but there were other activities. Did you review how concerns that arose during those activities were addressed?
I did not review previous years of protests on the campus.
Now, you knew that there was other encampments taking place at universities across the country regarding this issue, is that right?
Objection is irrelevant.
Judge,
I'll
those-
overrule it. Go ahead. Answer.
were you aware of that or
If
no?
he knows.
Yes,
Okay, and did you monitor how other universities responded to the encampments on their campuses?
no, sir, I did not.
Okay. No communication at all with anybody at any other university?
No, sir.
Now, a lot of times we have people gather for events at the universities such as football games, is that right?
That's correct.
Right? And certainly the crowds that are attracted to football games are much larger than this encampment ever got, right? Right? And maybe not this season, but the season before, the team was pretty good, right? Right? And we'd get ESPN here, right? Fox Sports would come here, right? They'd all do their shows here, right? College game day. And they would set up sometimes at the Diag, is that right? Or in that area? Okay. Didn't College game day at one point set up near the Diag in that general area? Were you aware of that?
Within the 2024 season?
Yeah,
National championship?
yes.
Or 23 season, I'm sorry, 23.
I think they were here both years.
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay,
not that we were involved with.
all right. You didn't have any reason to get involved in those gatherings, right?
Okay, if you're just telling me that there was something with ESPN or Fox on the Diag, I was not involved with that.
Okay, were you involved with them no matter where they were? They were on campus, for sure, right?
I can say when they're on the athletic campus, yes. On Perry Field by Yost Ice Arena, yes.
Okay.
On, I think it would be Peach and Green Street, yes. Pioneer High School is the city of Ann Arbor's jurisdiction with, when Fox or other networks.
Some of them might use Pioneer High.
But generally speaking, when we have a major network come on onto the university property, I'm informed.
Okay. And when they do come, they're getting tens of thousands of people gathering around that area, right? Okay. And people are gonna tailgate, right? And when they tailgate, they park their vehicles, correct? And sometimes their vehicles are running, correct?
I mean, I'm not understanding.
There's thousands of vehicles parked and people are tailgating, correct?
Part, yes.
All right, and not everybody turns their car off sometimes. Is that fair? Okay. You see people with generators, right?
Yes.
All right, they're plugging in TVs, correct? They're grilling, sometimes with charcoal. Is that right?
If we observe them using charcoal grills or anything of solid materials, then we request them to put it out. We're required to put it out.
Okay. But you do see sometimes people bust out a charcoal grill. They're supposed to use propane, but sometimes they'll be using charcoal. Is that right? All right. And you tell them, hey, put that out. All right. And they'll have canopies set up, correct? That's right behind their vehicle's exhaust, right?
Behind the vehicles, yes.
All right. And there's thousands of them, correct?
Not such an objection, but objection as to what location are we talking about? Because he's mentioned athletic campus, Berry Field, Pioneer.
No.
Obviously, we're talking about.
I'll clarify.
Thank you.
This is on university property, correct? You'll see thousands of people tailgating at a football game. And this is going to be sometimes on city property such as Pioneer High, but also on university property that falls under your jurisdiction, correct?
My objection now is to relevance except for the diag.
What is the relevance of this?
Judge, it goes towards his concern about fire safety and how there are other events where with much larger gatherings and things of a similar nature of combustible materials, tents, or canopies, and kind of see what enforcement action was taken there.
But this individual doesn't do the enforcement.
Or what, if he directed anybody at DPS or raised his concerns and asked that they be addressed by
If
anybody.
that's the issue, then you can get to that a lot quicker than what
Right.
we're doing. I'm not
I'll-
gonna sit here all day and go.
Right, I got you. I got it, Judge.
Around at University of Michigan.
Did you,
So I'll sustain the objection.
have you ever, at any of these events, put together emails to the university, Department of Public Safety, that you have fire concerns that need to be addressed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how often do you do that?
In particular for the 2024 season, based on my experiences, professional experiences with the City of Ann Arbor Fire Department. For the 2024 season, the university implemented a tailgate patrol for fire life safety. This was in direct response to the tragedy that occurred at the Faster Horses concert, where I believe it was three individuals passed away due to CO poisoning. And we have an active patrol that goes strictly on university property for all tailgating to minimize the risk that you had identified.
Okay, and so if you see a risk, you address it, correct? But you've never shut down a whole tailgate, correct? You never told everybody you got to disperse.
We've approached that point where we've called in law enforcement to emphasize the importance to receive compliance. Yes, we have.
But you've never had it reach the point where officers in SWAT gear arrive with batons and bust up the whole thing, have you?
The officer's presence usually encourages compliance.
Okay. So the answer is no, you have not had officers in SWAT gear and batons.
Well, but
forcibly
he's
doing it.
not, counsel, he's not the one that orders officers there. He
Okay,
informs
I'm
law
moving on.
enforcement. That decision, I would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, would rest with the Department of Public Safety as to what assets they bring.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm
You can move on.
I'll move on. I'm done with that line of question. This fire hydrant that you said had been damaged, when is the last time that you had seen it not damaged? If you recall.
I can't recall the conversations, the emergency pre-planning for a fire emergency that was conducted with Chief Kennedy utilized GIS systems as a map overviews where the hydrants were located, and did not physically go out to that location to look at that specific hydrant to identify it as the primary hydrant.
Okay, so when did that conversation take place where you discussed this is going to be the fire hydrant we need to use?
That would have been
the first day that an encampment was set up, and you and Chief Kennedy just kind of looked at a map on the computer, essentially, correct? You didn't visit the scene together, right? Okay. You had visited the scene alone.
earlier that morning.
And you and Chief Kennedy did not feel the concerns serious enough to warrant both of you physically visiting the scene together. Is that right?
We did not want our presence to agitate the situation.
Why did you believe your presence would agitate the situation?
Just because it was a sensitive matter that's taking place, and any type of official capacity
Okay.
might generate a reaction. and we wanted to avoid that.
All right. Now, this fire hydrant from the picture you took was on what day? The one that was admitted as an exhibit.
That was 16.
Okay, Ms. Ryan, can we put that? Was it put up on the screen for, if you can,
Sure.
the one that's further out, the first picture? This, okay. Right. Now, from this photo, when you took this photo, the encampment is taking place, correct?
Yes, sir.
It had not been dispersed. But there is nobody anywhere near this fire hydrant, correct?
No, on that picture.
All right. And so the fire hydrant certainly could have been repaired without dispersing the encampment, isn't that right? Okay. Dispersing the encampment was not necessary to address this concern, correct?
Right.
You said there was another fire hydrant that was closer to the encampment, right?
Yes, sir.
About how far from the encampment was that fire hydrant, if you recall?
Estimate approximately 100 feet north.
Okay. And how far was this fire hydrant from the encampment?
Probably 200 feet.
Okay. So at least twice as far from the encampment as the other hydrant that was perfectly fine. Is that right?
This fire hydrant, the reason why it was identified as.
And I'm not asking about the reason about anything. I'm just asking. There was a fire hydrant half as.
He says 200 and 100, that's about twice as much. Anything else?
I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect? I think I got everybody. Any redirect?
Have you, with football tailgating, have you ever seen people in sleeping tents there for a month? No further questions.
All right. Any additional questions from any defense? Yes,
I have a,
go ahead.
Based upon my redirect. Only.
I'm gonna let him go. We'll see what the question is. Go ahead.
so you did testify that you were at the encampment twice, correct? And at that time, had any students asked you to meet with them? Or did any individual, I guess, I don't want to say student, did any individual at those two times you appeared at the encampment, did anybody ask you to discuss any safety measures with them?
No.
None at all?
That I was asked to discuss safety measures.
If I can have some leeway, I mean, so really what my question is you go to this place, right? And there are people that you're communicating with while you're there. I think you said you spoke to somebody who identified as a liaison with the encampment, right?
Yes, I approached them.
Perfect. And in that, you had a conversation with that person, I'd assume?
Yes, sir.
And throughout that conversation, were you asked to meet with anybody involved with the encampment?
No, I was not. I was instructed that they would take my information back to the collective.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anybody else have any questions? Any redirect based upon that question? None? This witness may be excused.
No objection.
All righty, thank you. How long has it been going? Hang on, counsel. I'm gonna wait for people to get themselves out situated if that's what they want to do. Yeah, Bryce. All right, why don't we reconvene? Let's take a brief recess. We'll reconvene at noon. All right, see exactly where we go. It's gonna stand in recess.
All rise. May be seated. Fourteen A District Court for County of Washington, State of Michigan is back in session. The Honorable Judge Simpson presiding.
You may be seated. What was he doing? There's like 50 gazillion bugs around. Yeah, I know. That's okay. Council, if you needed a charger, there's, I think access on the middle of the tables and underneath, and there's one back there.
Now I see it.
That's okay. You stole all the electricity from my bench. It's okay. He asked permission of who? You, and you said okay? That's Kuja. No, don't do that. No. All right. Are the people ready to call their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're back on the record in the case of Willow et al. Go ahead.
People call David Marshall to the stand.
Will you take a seat, raise your right hand? You solemnly swear in the affirmative testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do. State, spell your first and last name for the record.
David Marshall. DAIDMARSHALL.
All right, you may inquire.
Good afternoon. How are you employed?
I'm a director at the University of Michigan Division of Public Safety and Security.
And as a director, what do your duties include?
I'm the director of University Safety and Security Services. That includes all of our special events that we have on campus and our community engagement and our protective services.
Did you have the same position in April of 2024?
I was not at the same rank. I was an associate director. Many of the same responsibilities, just a couple extra now.
And briefly, what type of training and experience do you have that led you to the current position you're in?
Well, I've been at the University of Michigan for the last 6 years. And I've been a police officer for 29. And so I was initially hired at the university as a sergeant. The last 6 years, I've progressed to director.
I want to direct your attention to the date of April 22nd of 2024. You were working on that date.
Yes.
And did you receive a text in the early morning hours about something unusual that was going on?
I did, yes.
And can you tell us about that, please?
I think it was like 7:20 in the morning. I got a text from the chief of police and it said that there was tents set up.
And as a result of that conversation, what if anything did you do? I
Well,
shouldn't say conversation, I should say text, I'm sorry.
shortly after that, the leadership team at the Division of Public Safety and Security had a meeting, a phone conversation meeting. And then, yeah, that was the next thing that happened.
And did you do anything further that day?
Yeah,
Did you go out there that day or was it a different day?
I did not go out to the diet day.
Okay, okay, so what happened next then?
Well, the leadership team is meeting in our emergency operations center, which is in our department building. And yeah, that's where I worked that day.
So now I'm gonna direct your to 29th of 2024, working that day.
That's how it was, yeah.
And what did you do that day?
Well, besides being in the emergency operations center,
Yes.
I did take my first visit to the diet that day and talk with the folks that were in the camp.
Do you know approximately what time it was that you went?
I have to refer to the police report.
That refreshing. Morning, afternoon,
Yeah.
night,
I feel like it was afternoon, but I can't recall exactly.
we're looking at, the police report, refresh your memory, your facsimile, when it was you went out there.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do that.
Was 2:13 in the afternoon.
And why are you going out there?
Well, I was going out there as a team, a group of individuals, and it was a collaboration group with our members of our student life team to engage and talk with the members that were in the diag, in the encampment, and to, establish a rapport, build a relationship, talk about what their plans are. But on that particular day, what had brought our attention was there was damage to, there was social media post of damage to bricks inside the diag. And so I was going out there with one of the members of the team that was there with me was a member of our facilities and operations group. And she would be able to determine the amount of damage, if any, that was done. So that was one of the reasons to go there was initially to look into that damage.
The other one being.
Yeah.
What you've already testified to engage with the people that were there.
Right, to, start a rapport, and try and determine and ask what the intentions were.
And when you arrived, what did you see?
Well, there was someone that, there's like an entry point into the diag. There's a couple of them where a walk is like a doorway, and someone would greet you there. They were on that day, they're wearing an orange vest. And so we met that person. Matter of fact, on that day, her name's Caitlin, she told us. And from there, we told Caitlin what we wanted to do, to take a look at the person in the diag, and we did that.
And did you have any further conversation with anyone else? Or express anything to anyone there?
Yeah, we were probably in there for 15 minutes maybe, and 20, and there was a lot of just really friendly discussion with the group and about the bricks. I didn't do a lot of the talking, the facility folks did, but I did just have some friendly exchange with the members of the diag about different things. We talked about, I think, but we just kind of need small talk. But
on that particular day, did you express any concerns to any of the members of the encampment?
No, I mean, concerns, there was no talk about, no concerns, other than the break.
And when was the next time you were at the diag?
So I went to the diag 6 times. And though that date is also in the police report,
If I were to-
I'm gonna tell you it's May 2nd, but I'd have to reply.
If I were to direct your attention to the date of May 2nd, 2024, were you working on that day?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to go to the diag that day as well?
yes.
And what occurred on May 2nd then?
That trip to the diag, again, I'd have to refer to the police report to refresh my memory.
Why don't you go ahead and do that?
And now council, just while he's doing that, the microphones are very sensitive. So when you're having a private conversation, make sure to push it down. It should, for those at the table, it should flash green, knowing that it's muted. I didn't set that up, but just so that you're aware. All right.
Does that help you refresh your memory at all? What occurred on May 2nd?
Well, I know that I went there, however, there's no notes in there, and I don't recall any significant. Again, I believe that was a group, a collaborative group with student life.
I want to direct your attention to May 10th of 2024. Did you go to the DIAG that day?
Yes, they go to Diagon.
And what was the reason for going to the DIAG that day?
Diagon, reflect on
If that would refresh your memory, go ahead.
On this day, it was a collaborative group again, with student life. And it was a student life led effort. And so I was there with student life, and the student life members did most of the talking, but this was the first time that I was there and I witnessed student life engage, in conversation about the intentions of folks in the DIAG. And this was also the first time that student life was asking about reservations for the DIAG. And so,
What do you mean by that?
well, they asked
If I might.
yes,
It's unclear whether he's talking about one individual or multiple people. And it looks like we're getting into hearsay. I'm not objecting to that.
Right.
But I'd like to know who it is that is student life who's doing the talking.
Fair enough. Who was with you that day?
Go ahead.
Refresh your memory. Let's get a report for the exact names.
so on that day, myself, Devin Berghorst, from Dean of Students Office, Eric Madela, he's also from the Division of Public Safety and Security, and then Patrick Howie, he is from the Community Concerns Response Coordinator. That's a section of student life.
And in particular, you mentioned reservations. So who was asking whom what?
I believe it was Devin Berghorst that asked about the reservations, but ultimately in the end, I did ask a final statement about the reservations.
When you mention reservations, what are you referring to? Do you need a reservation to be on the DIAG, or tell me a little bit about that?
So our DIAG, as I've come to learn over the years at the University of Michigan, is there for student organizations, and they can, that are acknowledged official affiliated student organizations at the university, can request to use space on the DIAG. And they do that through our central CCI. Community CCI is the acronym for the office inside the Dean of Students Office, where they request to use, and that request will get approved to use the DIAG. And in this case, prior to going there, we knew that there was no reservation in place for the DIAG.
So organizations, what's the process for that?
I think it's online. There's a form they fill out, and it's an approval process.
So is there an approval process to have permanent tents in the DIAG?
Structured tents are never authorized under any. I became familiar with that.
And is there only the one department, the CCI, that you need to request permission from? or apply for a reservation or a permit?
For the actual, red-ish bricks that are in the diag, yes, it's CCI. They're the area that surrounds it, is another organization. Any of the grassy areas that are, adjacent to the actual brick area of the diag is facilities and operations organization.
And did you confirm with them whether or not there had been permission or a reservation made to use the grassy area of the diag?
Yes, we did.
And what was the outcome of that?
There was no reservation for that.
So you said that you addressed that issue with, on particular date of May 10th.
On the May 10th, and this was Katrina that we were speaking with, she identified herself. And I asked at the end if she was aware that you need a reservation for the diag. I did ask that question at the end rather directly.
Did you receive a response?
Yes, I did.
What was that response?
She said generally that's something we're aware of, yes. Might be off a word or two, but something to that
So
effect.
I'm gonna object as to hearsay. I don't think that individual is one of the defendants.
Pardon?
The statement about this individual being aware, and she speaks collectively, we're aware. I think that's hearsay. That's
Well, the responses come in, I'm gonna overrule it, I'll allow it.
Were there any concerns that were addressed that day by yourself or the team?
Yes, and so, the conversation might have been 10, 12, 13 minutes, something to that effect, and I didn't do most of the talking, but there were concerns about weather for the folks that were out there in the diag, the use of the electricity in the diag, and the noise permits that are required to have amplified sound. All these things were brought up in the conversation.
Anything in regards to access? You mentioned reservations.
Yeah, and again, I went to the diag 6 times. I'm trying to remember which time he spoke about that, but the access question is that other people that want to reserve the diag can't do that. And so they're denying people that want to use the diag appropriately to have use of it. That was brought up.
And then I'd like to direct your attention to May 12th. We've been the diag that day.
Yes, there were things for.
And do you recall who else was with you there?
Yeah, so on May 12th, Mother's Day, Sunday. And so Sarah Daniels, the Associate Dean of Student Life, was there with me. And I have to refer to the police report.
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, on May 12th. What occurred on May 12th when you were there?
So on that visit, like I mentioned, it was the Associate Dean of Students, Sarah Daniels, and Devin Berghorst, also from Student Life, was there. It was the same. We approached the encampment. We're pretty recognizable as being older, and so we were approached by the folks in the vest, and we said, we're here to, actually on this day, there was no one right at at the door, so we went into the diag and spoke with someone underneath the tent. And ultimately, a couple of individuals came up and talked.
And what, if anything, did you address at that time?
This conversation and all the conversations over my 6 visits that I became increasingly more of a back and forth about what the intentions are of the folks, all in the diet. And then
And what
also,
was your impression or your state of mind in regards to what those intentions were?
well, I think what was said actually clears that up pretty clear. I can tell you what was said.
And
Yeah.
was what was said to you, is what gave you your state of mind and an impression of what the intentions were?
Yes.
What was said?
Yeah.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question. Good try, though.
It's okay. Did you make any statements to the members of the encampment on that particular day?
Yes.
What did you state?
Yeah. So the final statement that I made on that day, after there was discussion about vandalism, the Block M had been, that day was the day we were there, and the Block M had been in the middle of the diag, it's a Block M in the ground, and couldn't tell whether it was crayon or paint on it, but again, there were, so we were looking at that, and we're talking about, the reports of vandalism to the Block M, but ultimately, I made a statement to the folks in Diag that this encampment is against policy, and the term I used on that day was, and we're asking you to leave.
What, if any, response did you get?
I don't think there was a response to my statement, but prior to that, the one individual made a rather lengthy statement, could be 45 minutes of uninterrupted discussion where she described that.
I'm gonna object that's the hearsay, and also I don't know who this she is.
I'll sustain both of those objections. I'll allow you to rephrase the question.
Yeah. Do you know who you were speaking with?
So from this visit on, every time we asked, and I believe one prior, we always would ask, we'd introduce ourselves and then we'd ask for a name, and they would not answer or give us a name. So I don't know. I don't have a name.
It was a woman,
It was one, yes, two,
two women,
yes.
and this was inside the encampment or somewhere else?
Yeah, I would say it was right over near the Block M.
And did what she say to you affect what actions come into play as a factor of what actions you subsequently took? Eventually,
Certainly,
what did she say?
Object to hearsay.
Not all the matter of certain times.
All right. Very good. I'll overrule the objection. Go on.
she said, and I'm paraphrasing. She said something to the effect of that we made our intentions pretty clear from the beginning here, that we're not leaving unless there's divestment. We want to meet with the region, we want to come here. Student Life mentioned that the regions and other people are happy to meet. She says we've met with them before. We're not interested in talking about CAPS, which refers to counseling and psychological services anymore. And then unless they want to meet, talk about divestment, then we don't want to talk.
And did this individual say anything about what that had to do with the encampment and the intentions for the encampment?
I'm gonna object this to hearsay here.
On that one, I will object. I will sustain the objection. Just to hearsay.
Well, if I may, as an
Yeah.
It's my understanding, it would go to my initial question of, did it affect, was it a piece of a factor of what action was ultimately taken? In other words, I believe the answer as an offer of proof is they're not leaving until this happens.
I understand.
That's still hearsay. That's that an unknown individual.
Well, but it's not going to the truth of the matter as to whether or not that's true. It's going as to, as stated by counsel, to what may be their impending actions.
You're also,
Yes.
if I may, we don't know who this person is, and there is a concern that they may be amongst the defendants, and we have someone who, we have this unknown person who is speaking, and so that's also my objection as to the statement, because we don't know who this person is. And if it's a woman, I'm concerned that it could be a statement made by someone here. And so that's my other objection, is we don't know who this woman, these women are. He just said he didn't get any names,
All right,
He said they refused to give him names.
so he didn't get any.
right, did not get names. So I'm gonna, anything else from anybody? I'm gonna overrule the objection. I'll take it as to what is further actions based upon the proffer. So go ahead.
Did this person indicate to you what if any intentions there were in regards to the attacks in the camp?
Just only that I could infer that, from what she said, that we're not leaving unless there's divestment.
I want to direct your attention to the date of May 13th of 2024 in the morning hours. Did you go to the DIAG again?
I did.
And what occurred, who did you go with on that day and what occurred then? Sure. Go ahead.
What date?
What date?
May 13th.
13.
Thank you.
What occurred on that day?
So on that day, it was the same group. It was Sarah Daniels and Devin Burkhorst and myself. We, again, on this day, we were not approached right at the entrance. We made it inside the encampment, which is not unusual. Several of our team members, throughout the time we were there, but we were inside, and then finally, couple. Yeah, again, it was two people. I can't say for sure if it was two. It was definitely one person approached us to talk to us that day.
Let me ask you this, and I think I know the answer, but I haven't asked it. Did you ever talk to any of the people there in court today? The 6 times you were there?
You're saying people in the court. You're
I'm sorry.
speaking of defendants.
Correct. Any of the defendants? And I guess at this point, Your Honor, briefly, I would ask that whoever has a mask on, if they could pull them down so that the witness can look at their face.
Yes, the two defendants, if we could. All right.
So I know, and on all these events, usually masks are being worn.
Okay,
And
so
so,
you don't know?
no, there's one person I recognize here that I talked
Okay, and who would that be?
to. Right here. Person. I don't know.
Can you describe
All right,
something?
so they-
Mike Low, sitting in the second row there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant of Samantha Lewis.
All right, without objection, record shall reflect that identification.
When was it that you talked to Samantha Lewis?
It was on this day, the 13th.
It was on this day. Okay. All right, so tell me what happened that day.
Again, the student life members spoke about a variety of policy violations and other no reservation and asking for what their intentions are. But ultimately, in the end, I made a statement again that was, in my opinion, the most impactful. That is,
And what statement was that?
That's where I said that I just wanted to be clear that this encampment is a violation of the law, and give me a moment to get this absolutely right. University is requiring you to leave. It's a directive.
Who did you say that to?
I said it to the person I identified. So
You said that directly to Samantha Lewis. And what was her response, if any?
I don't believe there was, I don't recall any response.
Prior to that directive to Samantha Lewis, had she said anything else to you?
No, mainly the conversations with the student life folks.
Okay. When you made the statement, and specifically to Defendant Lewis, the university is requiring you to leave, it is a directive. Were you acting as an agent on behalf of the university?
Yes.
Now, was there a plan in place at some point in time to remove the tents from the diet?
Yes.
And when was that to have occurred?
Well, there were two plans, that actually created enough discussion to be called a plan. There were other thoughts, but the first plan was that day, Monday the 13th.
And in regards to attempting to execute that plan, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, I was directed by my immediate supervisor formulate a tactical plan in collaboration with all of our stakeholders, all of our partners, our campus partners, and our external law enforcement partners, put together a safe as possible plan to remove the encampment.
And was that plan able to be executed on May 13th?
No.
Why not, and what happened?
On that day, like I said, we had collaborated with a lot of external stakeholders. So facilities and operations, emergency health services, here in the building, ambulance, Michigan State Police, Washington County Sheriff Department, the Ann Arbor Police Department, student life, a variety of internal and external stakeholders in order to have the proper staff and personnel to do something with everyone's safety in mind is our paramount concern. And so that ended up being a significant amount of people. And so it became apparent through social media posts that the folks that were in the diag, there was a social media post to come to the diag because they knew or they thought plans were in place. So ultimately, it became an untenable situation from a public safety perspective for everyone. It was too many people, and
Too many people where?
too many people in the diet. There was an increased number of people than what would normally been there on a Monday evening, and then we were also able to see from the posts on social media that they were expecting that, and so it just isn't an ideal situation where just our paramount concern is safety and have tried everything to persuade, to ask for the policies and law to be abided by, and it hadn't at that point. But so in order to enforce the law, we're going to have to do it in this type of manner. So we at that point called it off.
What happened then?
Well, at the end of that day, on Monday, the 13th, I know there was another visit out to the camp the next day. In fact, I was on it.
On the 14th? And what happened on the 14th?
This was, I didn't do much talking at this visit at all. I have to reflect, if you're looking for the names, who was there. I have to reflect on the police report.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Go ahead. What happened on the 14th?
Yeah, on the 14th, it was Devin Berghorst, but this time it was Nick Smith. He is the director of CCI.
The one that gives the permits or
yeah.
permissions to be on a day.
Which I remember the acronym, it's Center for Campus Development. Sorry.
Okay.
But Nick Smith was there, and he made a direct statement that I heard, and it's in the police report, about also moving or leaving the DIAC. He made a direct statement. The term he used was relocate. But I didn't do much talking about it.
And on the 15th, people went out again, but you did not go that day, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Did you become aware on May 16th of 2024 that the fire marshal had been out to the DIAC? Were you part of the group, so to speak, that he notified?
I was, yeah.
So you were, in essence, you received the email.
I got an email, yes.
So you became aware, fair to say, of his observations, his concerns, things of that nature.
I did, yes.
Were there additional visits to the DIAC on May 7th?
There was, yes.
Did you go to either of those visits?
Yes, I did not go with the sort of party that the group that was meeting. I was in the vicinity of the DIAC, but I was not the group that engaged with the folks in the DIAC.
Who went?
So I know it was Dwayne Lee. He is a fire inspector. This was the morning visit, and I'd have to refer to the police report with the other two teams.
Will that refresh your memory? You want to refresh your memory as to both times on the Mason. Who was there in the morning of May 17th?
Yeah, in the morning it was Eric Manilow, Devin Berghorst, and Patrick Howard.
And then in the afternoon, who was there?
The afternoon, that's when the fire inspector Dwayne Lee came back.
And what was the purpose of the fire inspector going out to the camp?
I'd object, calls for speculation.
Do you have personal knowledge as to why he went out there?
Yes.
All right, overruled.
So I'm gonna, just him saying he has personal knowledge, but then he actually does. I mean, we're asking him to say what's in somebody else's mind, why he chose to go there. That can only be answered by that individual.
Well, it can be answered in different ways, but go ahead.
Did you have a conversation with him? Or were you part of a conversation that he was involved with where you were there?
I had a conversation with Dwayne Lee, the fire inspector, in our emergency operations center, yes.
So overrule the objection. I'll allow you to go.
Did you provide any transportation for him to go there?
Yes,
Or did you take him there?
I drove.
So, do you have personal knowledge as to why he was there?
Yes,
What was that?
Judge, the objections, I mean, it's hearsay, because the only way he knows that now is through his conversation. She's asking, did you have a conversation with him? And basically, just a clever.
What
way-
was your purpose in driving him there?
so he could address the fire safety hazards that I was notified about in the email the day before.
Thank you. I'll sustain your objection, but I'll take his answer to that one. Go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you. And did that occur to your knowledge?
Yes.
Now, and the camp was still there, correct?
Yes.
No attempts have been made at this point, at any point up to now, to remove any of the tents, any of the furnishings, any of the chicken wire, nothing of that nature.
It's quite the opposite, it grew. Over the course of 30 days. In the course of that day, I can't say that it grew much, but definitely did not reduce.
On or about May 19th, did you receive any direction in regards to the encampment?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
And so there was a Zoom meeting I was part of. And I checked, I can't confirm for day, it might have been Saturday the 18th, Sunday the 19th. I really feel like it was Sunday the 19th, but I don't have a digital record of it anywhere. So, but I remember the meeting, the Zoom meeting.
And who was that meeting with?
It was with the president of the university and board of regents and my direct supervisor, Bob Newman.
What was his position at that time?
He's senior director.
You also were on the meeting?
I was.
And as a result of that meeting, were you told or directed to do anything?
Yes,
What was that?
it was to prepare another plan to as safely as possible. Have a plan that we can remove the tents and the people safely from the diet.
And who did that directive come from?
Oh, for me, on an individual basis, during that meeting, I didn't say a word. But so for me, just as an operating directive, you know, those things come from my boss, Bob.
But as part of that conversation with the regents and the president, you heard what was discussed. And where did Bob then, did he get his directives from that same conversation?
Yes,
That same meeting, I should say.
Yeah.
So did you hear those directives?
I did.
And what were those directives? And who did they come from?
It was from, it was, you know, in that meeting.
Sure.
That's
The regents are made up of a number of people.
8 regions. There's the president, and so in the sort of acting as a facilitator is the president of the university. And what came from the meeting was to establish a window that we would at some time in that window conduct this operation. And so that's what was determined, was there would be a window that was based on you know, the circumstances in the diag, or to do it as safe as possible without a firm exact date.
Fair to say the regents are the university, correct? They're the head of the university, or you tell me.
Well,
Who made that decision? I mean, I understand that they're a group of 8 people. I mean, is it fair to say that the regents as a collective directed that to your boss and to you?
I did not hear any objection to any of this acts, yes.
What do you mean by objection?
Like the group
Sure.
was in consensus
Okay,
to have this done.
and they wanted you to do it.
They wanted the Division of Public Safety.
That's what I'm sorry. They wanted the Division of Public Safety to do it, of which you are one of the directors.
Yes.
Would it have been, and was it you executing it?
Well, there on when it actually happened, you know, as far as staffing and personnel, there's over 100 people that were involved on that day. And so, my particular job, is to have management of the actions that are happening in the diet. The umbrella organization over the top of me is in the Emergency Operations Center. That's where the senior director and other members of DPS.
So the actions that were taken on May 21st of 2024, were you acting as an agent of the University of Michigan?
Yes.
Now, on May 21st of 2024, what was, you kind of just sort of briefly described it, but what specifically was your role?
So by definition, using our, you know, terminology, I was the incident commander, and that is for the group that is actually on the ground in the diet.
Excuse me. At what time of day were you there on the diet that morning?
5 a.m. We started at 5 a.m.
And what did you do when you arrived?
I was the first one to arrive in the diag, and I went to the steps of the diag with one of my colleagues, and I had a megaphone. And I gave a dispersal order.
And I'm going to give you what's marked as people's proposed number 2 and ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
Has that been shown to, that's been shown to defense counsel?
Yes, they've all seen it. I'm sorry.
All right, no, that's okay. I just want the record.
Previously provided, and I did show them all earlier before we started.
That's
All right, correct. That's correct. Okay, thank you. I just need that on the record. All right.
I'm sorry, go ahead. It is what?
Yeah, it's the dispersal order that I use as a reference to read.
Did you read that order that day?
Yes.
I would ask it be admitted into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection or voir dire? Hearing none, exhibit 2 is admitted.
If I may present it to the court, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, the People's Exhibit 2, it does not have an exact, fair to say it doesn't have an exact date on it.
You were looking to have that broadcast to the, okay, we just wanted to make sure. All right, go ahead. Got it.
And you have it, or the actual exhibit for you. It does not have a particular specific date on it. It doesn't have a name on it. It doesn't have times on it. Is there a reason for that?
Well, because this allows for the user, me in this case, to insert that at the time that you actually do it, so it's accurate.
And did you subsequently prepare or fill in, is there a filled in version of this, if you will?
No.
Okay, you read it though, correct?
Yes.
And it was recorded, correct?
Yeah.
So what exactly was the dispersal order and why were you giving it?
The dispersal order, in my opinion, is there for the safety of everyone. It's there to provide warning as to what, you know, our intentions are, and to provide everyone an opportunity to leave first, so that no one has to come in contact with each other at all. That's the preferred course, and so doing this allows person that hears it to comply and to leave. And so that's the intent.
And People's Exhibit 2 indicates, and you, did you read this word for word?
Yes,
You were closing the diag for restoration and cleanup operation. Is that correct?
Object reading.
Overruled.
I think I'm reading word for word from the exhibit, correct? Is that right?
yes.
Okay. So what time did you start reading the dispersal order?
So, everything, and it's in the police report, the times that I noted are the ones that were on my watch.
Okay. Do you recall what times those were?
First one began at 5:41.
And when you say first one, what was the plan? And I don't want to just read this one, or it's been a minute about it. So what did you do? You read a portion of this order?
Yes, yeah, I didn't get all the way through it.
Okay. And you indicated what the time was that you read the first part, and then what were you going to do next? Wait and do what?
So the first one where it said the time is now 5:41, that's what I said. And then 5 minutes elapsed, and I read the second one.
And that second one, again, as admitted into evidence, giving the legal notice to depart the University of Michigan diet, correct?
Yeah, it's a reread of the first one.
So what was the total time that you were advising any people that they needed to leave?
Can I refer to the police report? That'll help. Yes,
Yes. And if you also want to refer to the exhibit, you do that too. That refresh your memory, and in fact, it's in the exhibit that's been admitted to, 10 minutes. We're giving them 10 minutes to depart.
well, that's the plan.
Correct. So read it, and then 5 minutes later, you read the second portion of the directive, correct?
Yes,
And you know the time,
yes,
and when was that?
it's 5:46.
And then 1 minute later, did you give another directive?
I believe it was just 27 seconds later.
And why is that?
Can I refer one more time?
Oh, sure. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes. But 5:47, 27 seconds, is when by this time, in the 7 minutes since my arrival in the first dispersal order, our officers had come around the corner from the library, and they were beginning, as we had planned, to line up shoulder to shoulder, and facing the north direction. And so they did that. Members of the encampment then began stockpiling and fortifying the area between them and the
I'm
officers.
gonna object. I'm sorry. Is this something that this witness has seen, or is this something that was told to this witness? I just want to clarify.
Okay. Is this something you were witnessing, sir?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
That's the library, and it's right in front of me, I saw.
The graduate library?
It's the Hatcher
Hatcher Library, okay. So you're on the top of the steps of the Hatcher Library, the officers come in, where are they in relationship to where you are?
They're at the foot of the steps, the very bottom steps.
Facing away from you, facing
Yeah, their
north?
backs are to me and they're facing north, so we're all facing towards the flagpole, north.
And where was this, you used the word stockpiling and fortifying, where was that occurring?
It was occurring about 10, 12 feet in front of the line of officers.
And where were some of the tents in relationship to that?
The tents were right there as well.
In front or behind or somewhere?
They were in front of the officers, yeah, they were, and they were behind the stockpile that was goes.
All right, that was what I was asking. So they were stockpiling and fortifying between the officers and the tents.
Yes.
What happened next?
Well, the fortifying went on, I mean, logs, cinder blocks, tables, a lot of other items that were being piled up. And so at that point, it became, with knowing that we, plan to clear this area, it was unsafe for everyone in the area to have to deal with this fortification that was happening. And so at that point, it became a public safety, like emergent situation, to not wait any longer in the dispersal order, because the longer we waited, the more fortified the position would become, the more dangerous it would be, the more that someone could possibly get hurt. And there was no indication of stopping that fortification. It was actually growing and increasing. So at that point, the group, the officers, started moving forward and using their trained techniques, uttering the words move back, move back. But I did make a statement over the public affairs system authorizing the team on the ground there to move forward.
And that was approximately how long after your first warning?
It was 7 minutes and 27 seconds.
I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
All right. So, counsel, before we begin cross-examination, I had promised that there would be at least a lunch. I don't eat lunch, but apparently people here do. So what I will do, I think this may be an opportune time, and then we can begin cross-examination of this witness after lunch. Why don't we're at 1 right now. Why don't we reconvene about 1:45? Come back, and then you can begin cross-examination. All right? Court will stand in recess.
All rise. All right. 14A District Court for County of Washington, State of Michigan is now back in session. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
You may be seated. Okay, let's see where we are and now.
Judge.
Hmm? Oh, I'm doing fine. I don't know how you'll be doing about 2:30. But I try to accommodate as best I can. I don't know that
Sure, I'll try my best to make something. Do you have somebody who's kind of acting as a placeholder for me? The other courtroom, and they're gonna text me as soon as
that happens,
that happens.
or leading up to it. Let me ask you this, do you think, I don't know, the judge, would it do any good if we got contacted from my chambers regarding where you are? I have no pull with anybody, but. What do you mean understood? What, really? Wow, that was quick. No, I'm done with you. All right, we'll figure it out. We'll try to do something. All right. We're back on the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Willow et al. Council.
Judge, we're switching up the order just a little bit. One of my colleagues decided to cross examine.
How does he do that? We had an in-chambers conference. What? I did. I was an in-chambers. I said.
He's a prison man.
You could pass and then.
However you'd like, Your Honor.
Really? Thank you. Wow.
Want to come back and do it like.
I know. All right. Okay, so who did you? You were going to go first?
Is that okay, Your Honor?
You've been very nice and respectful, unlike you. So, yeah. Rather than have him go first, I'll have to let you go first. All right. We can begin cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I would like to first ask you a little bit about the you said that you were acting as an agent of the university when you gave the directive, is that correct?
Yes.
And Student Life was also there with you.
Yes.
When Student Life gave the directive?
I don't know.
Did they give a directive?
I'll have to refer to the report, refresh my memory on that interaction.
Okay. Sure. Did Student Life give a directive on May 13th?
So what I know about May 13th was that I gave a clear directive.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the reservation process that you mentioned. So the dialogue opening is more than just student group, right?
It's my understanding that right now, what I've learned is that student organizations have to reserve the contact.
Do you know whether non-student organizations can reserve a tag?
I don't believe that to be the case, but there might be a loophole. Not certain yet.
Is this a newer policy or process?
I don't think it is, but I haven't been dealing with reservation of the diag for a very long time.
And what was that CCI you said that does,
It's Center for Campus Involvement.
is that a part of student life then?
The hierarchy over in those units. I might misspeak if I say that it is. I know they work together very closely, but I might be off on the exact hierarchy of what Nick Smith, Director of CCI, who exactly he reports to.
Okay. So on that May 13th meeting at the encampment, did you tell them they needed a reservation? Do you know whether, did you hear anyone say that they needed a reservation?
There were other conversations that I know are annotated in the report that speak to need a reservation.
Okay, thank you. But this reservation or permit, it's specific to certain areas?
Right, the way I understand it is the brick area of the diag is controlled by the Center for Campus Involvement. And Nick Smith is the director of that and approves those. And then, as I stated earlier, the grassy area surrounding and adjacent to its facilities and operation.
Okay, thank you. And this isn't, sorry, the reservation or permit process, it's not a sign-up sheet. This has to be approved, right?
That's correct.
And essentially, the reservation or the permit that you receive would tell you where you're allowed to conduct your activity.
Yes.
A footprint, we could call it.
I believe so. I mean, you know, I work for the Division of Public Safety and, these are the university policies from the Center for Campus Involvement. So they, granularity of those things you just have to ask them.
Okay, understood. Okay, so let's talk about, was it on May 13th that you were tasked with creating this plan to remove the encampment?
Yes, we created a plan.
Was that written down?
Yes.
What kind of documentation? How did you write it down? What did it look like?
We have a document, we commonly refer to it as an operations order.
So who specifically communicated this task to you?
That's my direct supervisor, the senior director.
Does that involve a formal delegation of authority?
No, I mean, I consider it formal when, my boss tells me to do it, so. Yeah.
Okay. Did it involve a written delegation of authority?
No.
What leadership or stakeholders would need to approve your plan?
Just him, senior director, as far as, I'm concerned. Yeah.
Okay, and then would it go up the chain from there?
Generally speaking, no.
So on May 13th, when you gave this directive on behalf of the university, was that the first time you told people that that the encampment was violating the law?
So there were, other visits that I spoke about earlier
Mhm.
where we asked to leave and we talked, but that time was clearly and definitive, that the university is requiring you to leave in that type of terminology. The day before or days prior to that, it wasn't as clear, but certainly was saying the same thing, but the terminology on that day is, unmistakable.
And I think earlier you said that on May 13th, you said, or you told people the encampment's violating the law and it's violating policy. Did you say that? Something like that?
I believe that's that's correct.
Did you tell any specific laws,
No,
any specific policies? Tell them how they could comply with whatever policies were at issue?
I didn't, but Student Life did.
Okay. What policy would that be?
Well, how to properly reserve the diet.
Ah, okay. So on May 21st, when you were acting as agent of the university, you had put together a plan. Do you know whether the regents or the president had to approve the plan?
I know they didn't approve a document, but in concept, it's my belief that it was approved.
And DPSS was given authority to carry that plan out.
Yes, from the meeting I was at, that's what I heard.
From that meeting, were there any limitations placed on this authority?
Well, it had to be within a window of days.
Oh. Did they say why?
No, we didn't talk about why.
And you were the incident commander, right?
That's correct.
So what did you command? I'm gonna check that. What does that mean?
So there's phases and generally accepted tactics that are used in my experience over the course of my career, and how to do different types of operation. And in this one, there were different groups broken down, and that means, but ultimately each group has a leader and a certain sub mission or job. But overall, I was the facilitator of all those, I think it's roughly 5, maybe 6 sub elements. It's my job to ensure the coordination, ensure that everything happens according to plan and that we're able to adjust if necessary, and also keep everyone informed. Because our emergency operations center was activated. Leadership was in the emergency operations center as well.
So I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 2. That would be great, actually, if you don't mind. So we see there's some blanks, but specifically I'm pointing you to the May XX 2024. Why are the X's there?
Well, those X's are, used in a document, really any type of document, when you don't know the date. So it's there as a placeholder so that, it can be used as a date to be determined.
Okay, so this document was drafted before May 21st.
Yes,
It was planned ahead of time.
yes.
It's probably important you got the language right, right?
Is that a yes?
I mean, generally, it's important to have correct language in any document. Yeah.
I agree. And you testified earlier that you read it word for word.
Yes, the first time I read it word for word.
You mean the first paragraph of speech you read word for word?
Yes, I mean, that's what I remember. I could go back and I might have missed a word, or I might have missed a sentence or a paragraph. Not quite sure, but that was my intention on that day.
Now, if we go down to the second, where it says second to be read 5 minutes later. This adds a sentence that says you have 10 minutes to depart. Is that true?
Yes, I see that.
Did you say that on May 21st?
I probably did not,
Probably did not.
right? Because that would be now 15 minutes if you add it up, so it makes sense.
So are you saying you didn't add the sentence that says a time limit? Or sorry, there is a grace period of 10 minutes? You didn't say that at all, or just said a different number?
Well, I don't have, a verbatim transcript of what I read. So I know that my intention was to use this on that day and to read it
Right.
as best as I could. And then as I described, things began to go a little chaotic. So there might have been some oversights.
But when this was drafted, the intention was to give this 10-minute departure period.
I don't know. I did not draft.
Who did?
I was given this from the senior director. So there was a group that I can't speak to who it was that drafted this document.
When the senior director gave this draft to you, did he say that you could change it?
He said, this is the document to use, yes. We didn't talk about changing.
So you didn't talk about whether or not someone hearing you have 10 minutes to depart should be able to rely on that?
We didn't talk about that.
Was the expectation that you would read the language he gave you verbatim?
I believe the expectation would be, to use my common sense and to read what's reasonable for the circumstances.
So I just want to clarify, do you not remember whether you said?
Take it, hold it, excuse me, counsel, take the phone. If you want the phone, you can leave. Thank you, go ahead.
When I asked you earlier about that sentence, you have 10 minutes to depart. are you saying you don't remember whether you said it? Or are you saying you didn't?
I'm saying I don't remember. It was over a year ago, or I mean, almost a year ago. Something to that effect.
Okay, do you have any video recording that would reflect your recollection?
Yes.
I'd be happy to bring it up if you like.
Sure, I would just like to see if that sentence is there.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
What are we doing? Folks,
I didn't hear you either. Sorry.
I said I'd be happy to bring it up.
Yeah, but that's not the video I was talking about. I was talking about,
His announcement is on this video.
right. I was asking like,
but
you had a
you
video.
have a different video, then you can figure out a way to play it. You can take that one down. And then you guys can figure it out, but I'm not
I'm
gonna.
just trying to be helpful. I don't need to do anything. You know. Okay.
Okay, let's talk about how we record things. You didn't have a body worn camera on May 21st, did you?
I'd have to check on that. Well, yeah. I believe I did, but I have to check.
What would you go check to find out?
Oh, we have a system that, you know, you put the body one camera in and it downloads your
Yeah.
data.
So I would assume that if it was there, it would have been disclosed.
I don't know.
Okay. Let's talk about the dispersal order. You noted the time on your watch.
Yes.
Is that a wristwatch or, okay? And you didn't write it down then, you just kind of remembered.
I looked at it.
Okay. And then the report that you referenced, to refresh your recollection, you didn't even submit your report the same day, did you?
No.
About how many days later, do you think?
I don't know. It was when the detective asked me for the information and I sent it to him.
And so besides that, there wasn't any other place you wrote it down?
No, but I knew it was recorded audio.
On other officers' body worn cameras, or where else would it be recorded?
So I had a university issued cell phone in my pocket. It was recording.
Oh. Could we listen to that and find out whether you said you have 10 minutes to depart?
Was that disclosed?
Yes.
Then,
And I'm
I-
very willing to.
well, that's fine. The question is, can we listen to it? If you want to play it, if it's disclosed, then we'll listen to it. But I don't know why he needs to.
I'll circle back to that while I find the video. Thank you. Okay, so you saw people at the encampment creating barricades
Yes.
that morning. And so I want to ask you about your observation while you were on those steps regarding my client. Did you specifically, while you were on the steps, observe my client?
I couldn't positively identify any particular person.
So at the
That would include your.
okay. So at the time when you decided we're not going to continue with this language, you weren't specifically thinking about my client?
No.
Okay. After you authorized officers to begin marching in. Did you observe my client?
And throughout the entire event of that day, I wouldn't be able to positively identify any person.
Okay,
That would include your client.
okay. And so if you did at any point, it would have had to rely on looking back on videos.
I can't, I'm not, speculating. I'm not sure what the question is.
That's fine. You talked about the different, so you're the commander, and there was 3 different groups. There's like an arrest team. That was group 3, is that correct?
I can tell you from my recollection what generally the groups were. Would you like me to do
That would be great.
So the group of University of Michigan Police Department officers, that was the main effort that we like to call it. That was the mobile field force group. All that. Some people refer to it as MCATI, MCATI. Excuse me. There's been a change of terminology over the years, but it is the mobile field force group. There was outer perimeter group that consisted of officers, and so that was the outer perimeter. We have field force group, perimeter group, and then we had a processing group consisted generally of the sheriff's department. That was there to do the processing if that was going to be, if it was needed. And then
There was an arrest.
yes, for an arrest. There's also the Michigan State Police was there in a reserve capacity. So that was I think the 4th group now that I mentioned. And then there was a sort of cleanup group. And so I think that might be the 5th group now that I've identified. And also, if you want to call it a small group I was operating in, was a command and control group. That would be actually 6. Yeah, those are the groups that were on the scene that I was facilitating.
For the mobile field force, is that right?
Yeah,
Who was in charge of that subgroup?
that's one of our deputy chiefs.
What's their name?
His name is Paul DeRitter.
Was Paul DeRitter the person who would decide that someone needed to be pulled through and detained or arrested?
Yes, now, let me clarify that a little bit, and, there were several police supervisors out there, and any police officer has the authority to enforce the law, and so there isn't a clear approval process. If a police officer sees a violation of the law, then or sees something that's unsafe and needs to take action, and they have that kind of authority to do that. But I wasn't that close up to describe the actions that happened. But to answer your question, he has the authority to make an arrest, but they're just like any other police officer out.
I'm glad you brought that up, the authority to make an arrest for a violation of law. There's also the authority of an officer to issue a trespass warning on behalf of the university. Is that right?
Say that again, please.
Officers that were there on May 21st also have a different type of authority, and that is to issue a trespass warning or notice on behalf of the university. Is that right?
By nature of our position, we have the legal authority to issue a trespass warning, yes.
And are there policies or protocols in place for when to do that?
Yes.
And those policies require an officer to read or provide a written notice that a person can no longer be on a property. Is that right?
I'd have to check on the technicalities of the trespass law.
Oh,
There might be an exigent circumstance where you don't have the time or the means to do that.
and that type of circumstance would probably involve an immediate risk of harm to another person, right?
If you're asking me the specifics of the law, I'd go check the Michigan compiled laws or.
No, actually, I am asking about the University of Michigan's policy for when DPSS, UMPD can give a piece of paper that says, leave and don't come back.
Okay,
Have you ever issued any of those?
I personally never issued a trespass.
Do you know if any of those were issued on May 21st?
It's my understanding in the police report that they were.
And as the incident coordinator, do you know what specific individuals were doing that?
I would have to look that up. Or, I mean, there was 100 people on our operations order that day.
Right. But U of M is a public university, right? And the DIAG is open to the public, right?
With limitations.
Of course. But it would be important to, I'll put it back. Do you know whether UMPD officers issued immediate trespass bans that day?
Actually, I do not know off the top of my head right now if trespass warnings were issued that day, if they were issued later after the point. As the incident commander of an incident this size, there's a lot going on. And I certainly want to know everything, but the capacity to do that is limited. And those folks that were on the ground, and the deputy chief, the sergeants and the lieutenants that were all there, work in our police department and in our criminal investigative unit. And some of them have been doing it for 25 or 30 years. And I trusted that it was getting done properly.
So is that generally the criminal investigations unit? Is that who would be issuing those?
Well, yeah, I stand, I have to correct that. I mean, the police officer that makes the arrest would be involved, but certainly, you know, if he or she doesn't do that at that time, there can be follow-up investigations, and that would reveal more evidence. Then ultimately, that could be done by an investigator after the fact.
But if a University of Michigan police officer arrests someone and takes them into custody, they have to believe that there was a crime being committed, right?
Yes, they have to have probable cause.
On May 21st, did you ever believe my client was committing a crime?
I don't know who your client is, and I don't know what you referenced him as a he. I wouldn't even know what. So I don't know your client.
So the answer is no.
Yeah, ask me the question one more time, please.
On May 21st, Did you arrest my client? No. I thought that you had.
Did I call on you?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Did I call on you?
You did not.
All right,
Yeah.
then, good. You can have a seat. Mr. Macklin? You yielded your spot. That's how this works. I told you. Don't be surprised. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, Director Marshall, I have some follow-up questions for you. Thank you for coming in this morning and afternoon. You've been in law enforcement 29 years, you told us. Is that right? What agencies were you with?
With the city of Dearborn.
Okay, I thought I remembered you from Dearborn. Okay, that's right. All right, so in 2000, so 6 years ago, you came to the University of Michigan. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. And in your time at the university, you started out as a sergeant. Is that what you told us?
Yeah.
And then you moved up the ranks into the director of the public safety position that you're in now. Is that true?
University Security and Safety Services. Yeah.
University safe. Let me write that down. Say it again.
University Security and Safety Services.
Does the buck stop with you when it comes to campus safety? Or is there somebody else you report to?
Yeah, I have a boss.
Who is that?
Currently, it's executive director.
The name.
Eddie Washington.
Who was it at that time in May of last year?
Bob Newman.
Bob Newman. Okay. Was Mr. Newman consulted in regards to the directive order that was given that after on May 22nd or 21st? Is it 21st?
21st.
21st.
So you're referencing this.
The disposal order. Yeah.
What's the question?
Was Mr. Newman involved in creating that document?
I believe that to be the case because he gave it to me.
All right.
I don't know.
And when you received this order, the dispersal order from Director Newman, did you discuss the contents therein?
No, we didn't have a discussion about it.
When did you get that order?
I don't know, but on or about May 12th or 13th, somewhere in that time frame.
All right. Now you told us May 12 or 13. You told us that you've been at that encampment 6 different occasions. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the dates that I have are the 2nd, the 10th, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, and then the final day of the 21st. Is that right?
Say those again, please.
You went May 2nd, which was the first time you were there, true?
April 9th.
April 29th. Actually, okay. When you're reviewing, to refresh your memory, your report, are you reviewing a report that you created or other officers created?
Other officers.
May I approach Judge? I don't know what report he's referencing, and he's been looking at it a lot. I just want to double check and see what he's looking at.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's see what he's got.
What was that?
Thank you. Thank you. I have that report. I know what you referenced. Okay. This is not a report that you authored. It's a compilation of other reports from other officers involved in this investigation. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. And it references that you've been to the site on the encampment 6 separate occasions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Now, you didn't get the directive disbursement order from Director Newman until you believe the 13th or the 12th. Is that correct?
Could have been the 11th or 12th, right around that time frame.
All right. And the encampment had been going on and on those days, on the 12th, 11th, 13th, and those in that time frame for a period of at least 2 weeks. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. The encampment hadn't changed in terms of Tents were still there, in that entire 2-week period, is that true? The encampment still was encompassed of tents, it still included tents, yes?
On what day?
On all those days, from the 29th when you arrived, all the way to the 12th, 11th, 13th?
Yes, there were tents.
Okay. There were always issues about barricades on the outside of the encampment, is that correct?
You used the term always.
Yeah, from the 29th, my time frame that I'm referencing in this line of questioning is from the 29th till the 13th, 10, 11, that 2-week period.
There was a particular time that a fortification and barricades around the perimeter of the encampment became a significant issue. Otherwise, I don't remember having like daily conversations about the perimeter.
Okay.
I remember being at for a day or two, something we really focused on.
Tell me that day when you were really focused on the perimeter issue.
Yeah, I don't remember.
What were you focusing on?
Well, the group in our emergency operations center.
Yeah.
Which I'm a part of, was concerned about a fortification type of system that would make it unsafe and people not to be able to get out in situation that had been kind of erected around the perimeter of the.
How was it erected? Using what? Describe it to me.
I never actually saw that myself. Others went out and looked at it.
Okay. You don't have personal knowledge of that, what you're describing. Is that correct? You didn't see it yourself. You didn't see anybody barricading themselves around the encampment or creating any barriers that weren't movable by hand. Is that correct?
I do remember seeing a change. I mean, I was walking around on a daily basis, the encampment from the outside, and you could see it looked more like a wall. And there were sheets, I believe, over the top of it, so you couldn't see what was underneath the sheets. But
Director Marshall, my question is real specific. You didn't know what that barricade was made of. You saw sheets, it could have been string for all you know, or clothesline. Is that correct?
Could have been a lot of different things. That's correct.
All right, very good. And the conditions of this encampment were the same from the 29th all the way to the 13th of May. Is that correct? Okay, and how had it changed in your opinion?
On a daily basis, something, would change. We were able to see more and more items and more and more tents being established. And so you could see that there was a tent, for instance, that was a supply tent. You could see that there was a library that was established. You could see there was a food eating area. You could see that there was a place to hold like classes. And then you could see all the individual tents throughout the area. You could see a temporary urinal that was put up, like a TP looking tent that was observed people using as a restroom. So all these things were not there on the first day. And then they were increasingly there as time went on.
Okay. None of those individually, a urinal is not a public safety concern to you, right?
It's not a life safety.
Okay.
Police.
It's yes or no?
No, he let him answer the question.
Okay.
Not going to cut him off. Go ahead, sir.
But as we were in our emergency operations center and all the different components, student life that we were able to contact, it would be a concern for the university for the health and safety of the students. But yeah, so that's my stance on the urinal.
All right. Okay. And you guys are looking at this as a totality of the circumstances and when you're collectively grouping and discussing this, is that right?
I'm not certain of your question.
Sure. I'm trying to get a understanding as to what the encampment consisted of in the time frame leading up to the development of this directive order. My understanding that it's been substantially the same. You're saying that it grew a little bit by adding a urinal and by adding a library and by adding a couple stands where food can be eaten. Those are the conditions that raise the level of concern for the university?
No, there were many more factors.
Okay, so it's a collective totality of circumstances that you guys were concerned about. Is that correct?
It's fair to say that a collective totality is something we're concerned about, yes.
All right, and in that, okay, so I'm trying to get down to what was the concern? To me, individually, a urinal is not, you've said is not a public safety concern, but could be health concern. Is that true?
Say that again.
Maybe I need to slow down.
He's already answered the question about the urinal.
All right, I'll ask about a library stand. A library stand was created, yes?
After a library. Yes.
Okay, that's not a public safety concern, correct?
There's a violation of the laws, trespassing, and that's
Who was trespassing?
anyone that was in the diag after being asked to leave. Yeah,
The dispersal order came on the 21st of May. Am I correct?
that's when I read the first order, yeah.
Okay, so anybody after the 21st of May would be trespassed. Is that true?
No, counsel, that's not even the law.
I'm asking him, Judge.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But you're misstating something about the trespass because what you just stated is not the law. If someone is asked to leave and does not immediately depart, that can be trespassing.
I
So
agree.
you will frame your questions in that way, not to try to mislead anything.
I agree with your analysis, Judge.
You don't have to agree. It doesn't matter. That's the law. I'm telling you, ask the question in a way that is consistent with the law, not your understanding of something else.
Your Honor, I'm not disagreeing with what you're
You
saying.
know what? I'm not here to debate this with you. I just said what I said. Court stands in recess.
All right.
Go do your thing.
But the order came on the 21st. I told him, leave. Well, I was worse.
County of Washington, State of Michigan is back in session. The honorable that they said exhibit
You may be seated. Or it is back on the record in the case of the people of state of Michigan versus Willow. Counsel, let me make it real clear so that everybody understands where I'm coming from. This is a preliminary examination. I am not here to decide the merits of any trespassing case. I just am not. I'm here on the felony charges of R&O. So whether a defendant is bound over or not, they still may have to face those in another district court other than mine. And therefore, then you can ask whatever questions you want about trespass. I don't see the relevance of it with reference to this. Now, if you connect that up for me, fine, but I don't see the relevance.
May I
So
respond?
with that, no,
Okay.
with that, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, Judge. All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, my client isn't here.
Oh,
Where'd it go?
I don't know.
You lost your client? No, I'm kidding. Go ahead, find your.
Let me go find my client.
What? Everybody else kept control of their client. You lost yours. Ask you what you don't even know. You're just talking and your client is gone.
All right.
You know, when you said that, I was just gonna keep on you until he came back. Right? You are so lucky he came back then. I had a whole lot to say. Counsel, continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Director Marshall, prior to the break, we were discussing the amount of times that you had gone to the DIAG, and you had described to us how it had, the circumstances of the encampment had gotten a little bit larger as each time that you went. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, ultimately, the directive order, disbursement order, it's been admitted as an exhibit in this case. May we pull that up, please? The disbursement order. Was, although planned in May, mid-May, it wasn't actually implemented by you until May 21st, correct?
That's the day I read it, correct?
All right. Now, you decided to do it that day. Why?
Well, for the safety of everybody that's there, and to give everyone a fair warning and opportunity so that they can leave. And so that we wouldn't have to have any contact with anybody. So it's announcing that, you know, you're there unlawfully and that you want, we're asking you to leave. We allowed an avenue to the north that would have been unencumbered for anyone to leave.
Okay. You could have issued that same directive on April 22nd, correct?
Well, on April 22nd?
Yeah, the first day that the encampment was started.
No,
Why not?
because I wasn't told to conduct an operation on that day.
Okay, you weren't told to conduct an operation until when? Mid-May?
Once on May 13th and then once on April 21st.
Okay,
I'm sorry, May 21st.
May 21st.
May 13th, May 21st.
All right, and on May 13, that's the first time you got an order from Director Newman to issue this dispersal order. Is that correct?
It's not an order to issue the dispersal order. It's telling me to plan an operation that would involve a dispersal order if it got to this point.
All right, and you did that, yes?
May 13th? No.
But you had a plan in mind. You didn't execute it on May 13th, but you had a plan in mind on May 13th, correct?
We had a plan, yes.
All right. And the dispersal order has language that indicates, and you could read it right there. It says, is closed for a restoration and cleanup operation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. And that this specifically describes the DIAG. Is that true?
Could describe a lot of places.
It says it right there. It says University of Michigan diagonal, located on the 900 block of North University Avenue, Ann Arbor, Michigan, is closed for a restoration and cleanup operation. Yes?
Well, you just read that to me. You said the word diag, so yeah, it's the diag you're talking about there.
That's what this order says. That's what you read to these students. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, it doesn't speak as to a fire hazard or a fire concern in this order. Is that true?
Objection as to relevance, because the order has been admitted, the court can read it.
It's relevant because the arguments and other witnesses have been made about fire hazards. There's issues about safety among students, about having fire lanes, about having access to different fire hydrants. But this document speaks as to a cleanup operation.
But why is that relevant?
I'm trying to determine the lawful order and how it got to this point. One of the elements in resisting and opposing a police officer is that they fail to obey a lawful command. And
Right, but I don't know at this point that there has been a command given by an officer. It can also occur in different ways once an individual has contact with officers. So I understand that. But I don't. As I look at it, I'll overrule your objection. You don't need to answer the question. As I look at it, it doesn't say anything about any of those things that you're talking about.
thank you. Okay.
Can we move on?
Yes. Thank you, Judge. Thank you for the notes. All right. This order, when it was drafted, had been reviewed by several members of campus safety administrators, correct?
I don't know who you mean.
All right. You don't know who drafted it either?
I don't know specifically who authored it. That's correct.
All right. Do you know about this cleanup operation as to when it was planned or whether it was regularly scheduled or anything about this cleanup operation at all? That's been referenced in this order?
The cleanup operation, to use your term, and I'm not sure if it says cleanup in there, but if it does, it's referencing clearing all people and objects off of the diag.
Okay. Is that something that was pre-planned? Was it a routine diag cleanup operation, or was this something that you used just to remove folks from this diag?
Did you restate that question?
Sure. Do you know if the diag has routine cleanup operations? Is it done monthly or bi-monthly, where the university or somebody comes and cleans the diag?
I've seen people and equipment cleaning the diag. I don't know what the frequency of that is.
All right.
It must happen because it's not there.
Okay. And in this situation, do you know if that was specifically scheduled to happen, a cleanup operation on May 21st?
I know we had coordinated with facilities that upon clearing of large obstacles from the diag, they were going to come in and use their equipment and personnel to clean it as well.
Okay. So you were coordinating with those folks to clean up after this disbursement occurred. Is that true?
Yes, they were part of the overall plan to return the diag to its proper use.
All right. Because you wanted them gone. Yes? You wanted the encampment gone. Yes?
There's much more to it than just that statement. My personal opinion is really irrelevant to this. I was acting in my capacity as a associate director and I was given order to ensure that the safety and the encampment was clear. To say that I wanted it, those are your words, not mine.
That's fine. I understand what you're saying. You talked about reservations and the requirement of a reservation to utilize the diag. Are you aware if other groups had ever requested to use the diag in that time frame when the encampment was going on?
I'm aware of, and I have access to a spreadsheet where you can see the intended use of the diag. There's also and the people and the groups that have reservations for it. I've seen that several times. I'm also aware of the weekly email that comes out announcing each week the intended use for the diag. And I've never seen a week that there wasn't several things on the diag. So I'm not aware of what events were supposed to happen on the diag for the month that the encampment existed, but I know that there were lots of events that were to be planned on the diag.
Was a reservation created for that in that time period by any other groups?
I don't know.
All right. Now, are you familiar with the procedure of getting a reservation?
I'm generally familiar with the process.
Does it require you to discuss or disclose rather the purpose or intended use for the diag?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Is it required to describe the type of speech or conduct of the individuals that are going to use the diag?
For those type of questions about, reservations for the diag, we have to do a couple things. One, you have to ask the people that control the diag or reference the policies, and I believe there exists. They might even be in the room today. I don't have it in front of me, and I wouldn't like to speak.
All right. Yes, that would be great. Sure.
I want to ask some questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. May I approach you?
Can I ask some questions about that?
For sure. I'm going to get to, there was a point in time where you said that you had made contact with my client, Miss Samantha Lewis. Is that correct? You identified her as in the blue bow tie?
Yeah.
Did she respond to anything that you had said to her?
Can't recall, but other than maybe a nod no, there was no lengthy conversation. It's probably fair to say that she did not respond.
Okay, and that was on the 13th of May, if you can recall, correct?
Yes.
On the 21st of May, you didn't see Miss Lewis again. Is that true?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. You made a comment that you tried everything to get them to leave. Is that what you said on direct examination?
We have to.
But is that something you feel that you could have said or believed in your heart that you guys have tried everything to get this encampment to leave?
Yes, I believe collectively as a group, the leadership team I'm working with had exhausted all of the options.
Okay. The demands from the group were to meet with the regents. Had that option been exhausted?
I don't have those details, the regions, interactions with the group, I don't have that information.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Marshall, did you record every visit you made to the encampment on your phone? If you're not sure, that's fine. You said you made 6 visits there. I found 5 videos that were shared with me from your phone. I'm not sure whether there's another one.
So 5 is probably correct.
On the morning of the 21st, prior to the dispersal of the encampment, your commands to the crowd to leave were recorded, weren't they?
Yeah.
And that was also on your phone, right?
There's 2 recordings. There's an officer behind me recording everything from my walk up. And then there's the one that I have.
And is that a body camera or a phone? Because we got it with a batch of stuff from your phone.
It's a cell phone.
On that morning, prior to the dispersal of the encampment, did you take a series of photographs on your phone?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I don't have easy access to them right now, but there's at least a half a dozen shots in which are clearly in the pre-dawn hours, and they appear to be from the same a similar vantage point to where you read the dispersal order.
Of the encampment, like.
Yes.
No, those are not taken at the diag that morning.
When you attended the open meetings, or well, no, when you attended the meeting on May 19th with the regents and the president, was there any discussion at the outset or at any point in the meeting about whether the State Open Meetings Act applied or whether the meeting was exempt?
Relevance is for this proceeding. I can see some relevance, but is there relevance for this proceeding?
I'll move on.
Thank you. Objections to
The barricades you referred to, those were just a variety of different items that different people were tossing on the ground between them and the officers who were standing in line, right? There were hunks of wood, there were cinder blocks, there were folding chairs, there was a folding table.
That's an accurate description. Yeah.
And those items never accumulated into a barricade, did they? Because the police officers tossed them aside immediately.
Well, they were an obstacle.
For a heartbeat.
What?
For a heartbeat.
Judge, I'm gonna object to the question. It's him trying to state he believes are facts.
Oh, look.
I was
on
saying
video.
that as to its form, because I did not hear a question mark behind the heartbeat.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't I raise my voice?
No, you did not.
The officers were able to cast aside the items that were being put in front of them very quickly, weren't they?
I would be careful in the term that you're using very quickly, because at that point, when large obstacles are being moved, hurled, thrown, it's dangerous for everyone that's in the area. And so a fraction of a second could make a difference. And they're also stopping the ability to engage. It's dangerous because there's things sticking up. You could step on things, they could flip up and hit someone in the head. They're heavy and they're dangerous.
You're aware that this is all on video, not only yours, but other officers' body cameras.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Did you review those? No other questions?
All right. Thank you. Now that you have your client, Ms. Askew, any questions?
Yes, briefly. This may seem redundant, but I'm just gonna go back a bit. From April, I'm gonna say 29th, you said you were there on a few days. On any of those days, this is my client, Henry, to be specific. Did you encounter my client?
I don't recall. I can say that your client, because of my frequency of being in the area, does look familiar to me, and I've seen him. I've been to hundreds of events across campus. I know he's been at them. So I can't say that I know him from the encampment, but there's a level of familiarity from just seeing him on campus. Otherwise, I can't say that, I saw him that day.
Okay, are none of the days, May 2nd or May 10th, any of those, I mean specifically with the encampment, have you seen my client?
I can't specifically say on the day I saw him.
Okay, so you stated that on, I believe, May 13th, you spoke, and on May 12th, and you came with the student representative, I'm just gonna call them that, because I don't know the name specifically. And you stated again that the policy had been violated, is that correct? That there were policy violations about them being on the diag? Or law violations?
Yes.
You can't say that you specifically said that to my client.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you gave these directives or saying that the law was being broken, did you ever put that in writing on any of those days?
No.
Did you tell were you sure that that was something that was told amongst everyone in the encampment, that they were violating the law and being on the diet?
So when we would approach the camp, the individuals that were, not all the time, but often wearing reflective vests, they identified themselves as liaisons. And they told us that they would relay that to the decision makers or the leadership. And I know there was one point that, well, somebody, student life, asked, are you doing that? And they said, yeah. So that's kind of the understanding, is that the only in we had to the leadership or the decision making was these liaisons. And so we kind of trusted that was happening.
Okay, but there was no follow-up to make sure that everyone who was in the encampment was informed of these directives?
No.
Okay. Sorry, a lot's been said. I just need to look through my notes.
Right.
And I just want to be clear on this. You never gave any written documentation of
No.
any, okay. I want to go to the part where you talk about social media posts. Because you mentioned that twice in your direct. You said that you could see things from the social media posts. Where were you looking for these things? Like where on social media?
I wasn't doing it myself. Other members of our agency were doing that, and it just informing me.
So on May 14th, you mentioned something about relocating the encampment. What did you mean by that? Did you initially want to move them somewhere else on the university?
And so Nick Smith, the director of the Center for Camp Involvement, on that day, the 14th, he was the one speaking, and he used that term relocate. That was his term. He didn't elaborate on that.
Okay, so there was no discussion. Okay, that's okay. So I wanted to talk about the dispersal order. I know you probably feel like we're beating a dead horse, but I do have a question. When it comes to the dispersal order, you said that was for safety, is that correct? Is that why it was created?
I did create it, so I can't tell you what the authors had in mind of their intentions, but I believe it does help with safety, it improves safety.
Okay. And this wasn't to be used to say arrest people, is that correct? That wasn't the intention.
No, the intention was to not arrest people, for them to peacefully leave on their own accord. And that was the hope of that dispersal.
And when you said this dispersal order, you've already stated that you didn't get through the entire reading of it.
That's correct.
In your mind, you specific, did you have an idea of how long you're going to give the people in the encampment to abide by this dispersal order?
The 10 minutes is what we were expecting this to last. Yeah, and so that's what I expected.
And it ended up,
Sure, it'd be 10 minutes.
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, finish that part. I thought you were done. There was a pause.
Just 10 minutes is what we expected.
Okay, but you said it ended up being 7 minutes and 27 seconds?
Yeah, I think I had bad math. It might be 6 minutes, 26 seconds.
6 minutes and 26 seconds. Sorry, I'm writing that down.
Go from 5:41 to 5:47.
How many people can you approximate, do you remember? Because you were standing on the steps watching, right? So you could see the crowd. Do you know about how big they were? How many people were there?
So at that time in the morning, it's hard to see the people that are inside the tents. Overall, a rough estimate of what I could see on foot is about 40 to 50 people.
Okay. And you stated that you saw that they had items there, tables, et cetera, right? A library.
Well, those things are right, always in the.
So do you think, so in your opinion, 6 minutes and 26 seconds was enough time for all those people to grab their items and disperse?
Well, we were planning on safely clearing the encampment. It became unsafe. And so our response was to the active actions and aggression of the individuals in the encampment. It left us with no choice but to move up the time frame.
Okay. And in all of that, again, you didn't know if Henry himself was part of that group that was making it unsafe.
That's correct. I see.
Okay. I also want to go, I'm going to ask you very briefly about the meeting you had with the regents, because you mentioned it on May 19th. Simple question. Was everyone there from the Board of Regents when that decision was made? If you can recall.
So I don't recall. I know it was almost all of them, and it could have been all of them. Unfortunately, I don't have who was there on that day. I believed it to be them, all of them, but there might have been a reason.
When you have these meetings, are they public? Do you have public notes? Like meeting notes, I forgot what they're called, but the meeting notes. I don't have minutes, thank you.
This was.
You know, can, before you answer, is that really going to be relevant to me in this decision at all? It's the same question, a different way that Mr. Minnick was asking.
Oh, okay.
So I don't need to hear that, and you don't have to answer that.
Well, it is relevant in my opinion, because if they are the ones who are telling to disperse them, and this is how we got here, that would be relevant.
I don't know that that was entirely his testimony.
I'm sorry.
I don't know that that was entirely his testimony, that that's what they ordered. I mean, if you want to subpoena the regents to be here, then maybe that's what you have to do. I don't know that this is the witness to be able to answer that.
Because he stated in his direct that he was told to prepare a plan to remove the 10 people's safety in that meeting. So that's relevant.
Right, but that didn't come for him. I mean, it's the way I understand it in terms of how it's being prepared. That's being prepared in a different way in terms of what his instruction. I don't think his instruction was coming directly from the regents.
Well, can we ask him if his instructions were coming directly from the regents?
He already answered it, but go ahead and ask him again. I was here.
Instructions come directly from the regents.
I was in that meeting where the regents collectively agreed to do this. However, it's my boss that tells me to do it.
That's what he said hours ago.
I'll move on.
Thank you.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Jemmy. No questions? All right. Mr. Kujar.
You said part of this was monitoring some social media posts. Do you know what social media it was that was monitored?
I know it's open source, but I don't do that, so.
Okay.
Don't know.
You don't know if it was public pages or if it was private pages where information was shared?
When I use the term open source, I believe that to be that we're using information that anyone can get, that is not private.
Okay.
But we have to ask the individuals to do that.
Okay. Now, you said you visited this encampment about 6 times. Each time you went, you were able to enter and to leave pretty easily, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Each time you went, the gathering, it wasn't always the same people. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Right. Nobody was, well, not everybody was there the whole 30 days or so that it lasted, right? People would leave and,
That's what it
More-
appeared. There might have been someone that was there the whole time. I don't know.
okay. And you said on May 13th, you were there with another director, I think said named Smith. Was that the last name?
13th. Yeah, but you were talking about Nick Smith?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the director of the center. Yeah, well,
And he's the one who told people, hey, you got to clear out of here and relocate. Is that
I
right?
think that is the 14th,
Okay.
but so I think the term relocate from Nick Smith was used on the 14th.
And you would agree with me that not everybody who was there on the 21st. Well, first, let me ask you, who was that order made to of you need to leave here and relocate? Do you know who he said that to?
No, they wouldn't provide their name. And
Okay.
I couldn't describe what they looked like.
Was it just one person he said that to?
Can't recall, we wanted to speak, whether it was one or two.
Okay.
It wasn't a large group, it was just one or two people.
Okay, so you'd agree with me that most of the people there on the 21st were probably not the 1 or 2 people who that demand was made to on the 14th, right?
I don't know.
It was no more than 1 or 2 people who, when the demand was made, right?
Right.
And so then there's a larger amount of people there on the 21st. You don't know when those people got there, if they were even there on the 14th or not, correct? The people who got forcibly dispersed on the 21st.
I don't know if people on the 21st were there on the 14th. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. And each time you went to this encampment, you said there was a greeter there. You would talk to somebody at the entrance.
Yeah, sometimes there was not, but as a matter of, hospitality or courtesy, we always made sure to try and announce that we were there. And then sometimes that person would go get somebody else and bring them back to greet us,
Okay.
talk with us.
And I mean, these students seem like they had some organization there. Fair to say?
That's correct.
Right? They had what you referred to as a library. Was that some table with some books and pamphlets with information?
Yeah, there were actually a couple bookshelves.
Okay. And they were essentially sharing information about the political cause they were gathered for, right?
Object is to speculation.
He's there.
Well,
It's observation.
if
Well,
you,
he can testify that there were books in a bookshelf, but he can't say what the people were doing with it.
response to
He
that,
knows.
I'll sustain that
Okay.
objection. Go ahead, you can ask it in a different form. maybe.
See what kind of books they had?
No.
You understood there to be one political message that was the purpose of this encampment, is that right? From the times that you visited it?
Well, the one I was told was divestment, for the university to divest. But there certainly could have been others.
Okay, but the general sense is it was related to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and wanting the university to divest from Israel. Fair? That was your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Now, they were told to leave and relocate. They were never told, hey, here are the concerns we have. Remove the tents. You guys can stay in talk about whatever it is you're talking about, but these are the concerns we have. For example, the tents you mentioned. Were they given any option of removing concerns but remaining there? Or were they just told to leave and relocate somewhere else?
You said a lot. Could
All right, let me get, you wanted them out of there, right?
Again, I think stating what I wanted personally
Not-
is not part of.
Understood. Not you personally, but the university powers, the president of the university and the regents wanted them gone, and you were the one there to enforce that. Is that fair? You were to come up with a plan to make that happen.
Well, I'm gonna go back to my statement, I said a minute ago that I was in a meeting that collectively the regents said to do this, we had a window to do it, and then I was told by my boss, do it. That's the progression.
Okay. This meeting was not open to the public, right? This is a private meeting that you guys had, correct?
Again, okay, just the same question. Mr.
Understood.
Just ask you, just trying to ask, so you don't have to answer that.
Well,
No, he doesn't have to answer.
all right.
That's not relevant to me at these.
I'm trying to see if there's any discoverable material from this meeting. That's what I'm trying to find. If there's any recording made or meeting minutes, notes, reports made regarding that meeting. I don't know if you allow him to answer that.
And no.
Okay. I'll move on.
It's not his meeting.
I understand.
I mean, so certainly you can find that out or ask the prosecutor.
You
Go ahead.
yourself didn't document anything in like a police report or anything, right? Yourself.
That's correct.
Oh, yeah. Now, when when the decision was made and you were told, hey, come up with a plan to get these students out of the DIAC. That's what happened, right?
Come up with a plan to return the diet to its intended use.
Okay. Meaning the students that were gathered there needed to leave, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Be, for its intended use.
Okay.
Tents in the diet.
All right. They were never told, you never told the students, hey, you can stay, but we don't want the tents here. Get rid of the tents. You never did that, right? You just told them to leave completely, them and their property, right?
Never specifically stated that. That's correct.
Okay. You said in the dispersal order that this was for restoration and cleanup operation, correct? Correct?
I'll trust that you're reading it from the document.
I'm just reading it right from the document. It is closed.
That's what it says.
It,
I got it.
yeah, okay. It is closed for a restoration and cleanup operation,
Yes.
right? Now, this restoration and cleanup operation is directly in response to the encampment, correct?
Well, yes, because that tents and the things in the diag were stopping the diag from its intended use.
Okay.
So in order to restore it to its intended use, you have to do those things, yes.
Right, and so what I'm getting at is this is not some regularly scheduled cleanup operation where, hey, on the 21st of every month, a cleaning crew comes through here, right?
I certainly am not part of a regular event to clean up the diag in any way, shape, or form. This is the only time I've been involved with cleaning the diag and moving things off the diag. So I was not part of a regularly scheduled cleanup, just this one.
And you took it as this was a response to the encampment, that we need to do a cleanup.
Jack, because it's been asked and answered at least 3 times.
Have
Do you know,
sustained.
do you know if you've had cleanup operations there since then?
I would be almost certain that I would be aware of that, and there have been no DPSS cleanup operations of the diag.
Okay.
I'm almost certain of that, but I have missed a couple days of work. And I missed something.
Okay,
right now.
all right. And are you aware of any cleanup operations on the diag before May 21st?
I'm not aware of DPSS being involved in them, but as I stated earlier, it's a really clean place. If that doesn't happen by nature, so someone must be cleaning it. I believe it's facility operation. I've seen a machine that kind of looks like a hockey Zamboni machine driving around there.
Okay.
It looks like it cleans it up, and I've seen people out with hoses spraying it before, and I've seen people sweeping, so I don't know what their schedule.
Okay. Right, but this day, the 21st, when you say cleanup operation is everybody leaves. It wasn't leave because, hey, the Zamboni guy is coming, right? It was specifically you're there to clear them out from that day, for that day, correct?
But again, I think this is.
All right,
Well, it has, and I don't. I mean, the form of the question is a problem. I'm going to sustain the objection.
very well. Judge, I have no other questions.
Mr. Arad.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm gonna keep it brief, I promise. Mr. Marshall, you talked about you having a background as a police officer for several years, correct?
Yeah,
Currently now, you're not MCOL certified as a police officer, correct?
I am a sworn police officer.
Got it. But you are not employed in that capacity at all, are you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And just to be clear, I am Michigan certified law enforcement standards.
Got it. And this may have been asked, so I apologize, but can you tell me your title one more time at the time of the, on May 21st, 2024? Got it. And is that with the police department or no?
With the Division of Public Safety.
Got it. I know, and I'm sorry to get into the nitty gritty, but because sometimes I hear public safety and I know it's both. So is there, I guess, a direct affiliation with the police department with regard to your position?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I watched some of the video. It looks like you went out there and had a chance to sort of talk to different people in the, late week of April, early weeks of May. Would you agree? When you were out in the diag?
6 events we've been talking about.
Yeah, the ones that we've been really hounding on. Okay, so you, in fact, I would say at least you would agree that you engaged in some community policing and just kind of talking to different people, gauging the pulse and having polite conversations with different people, right?
That's what I tried.
I know, I personally think you did a great job, but my question is, you in fact told some of these people that they were in fact being very peaceful and very pleasant, and you liked the sort of atmosphere of what you were seeing. Would you agree with that?
There were times that I used words like you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Taking that you heard them, so
Yeah.
that's why you're saying that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I remember telling, I think, Katrina, and the others when we were looking at the bricks,
Okay.
something to that effect.
And just on that note, you talked to a few people that you described as liaisons, correct?
Yeah.
Now, how do you know that they are, I guess, what does liaison mean to you?
Well, it means, there's a lot of people and things in the diag, and like we talked about organized. There were people that sat in chairs at the entrances, and they would rotate, in and out. It seemed like they had a schedule. And I believe they told us, that the orange vests were the liaisons. And there always seemed to be someone on duty as the liaison. When he came, they knew pretty quick who to go get and come talk with us. So I might have lost the point of your question, but the liaison is, as the definition of the word is to, represent a larger group of people and transfer information back and forth.
Did any of those individuals that you talked to indicate that they represent the larger group?
Well, yes, because when we would come, we would say, can we speak with the liaison? And then that person that would come up, and talk to us.
I'm just gonna rephrase my question because I just want to make sure it gets answered. Did those people that you're referencing, did they tell you that, hey, they're sort of in charge of the entire group, or they're, you know, in sort of any form of command of the entire group?
There was a, excuse me. There was a common term that we would relay your concerns, and we would share your concern. That's what they said they were doing.
Got it. Last couple of questions. Of course. Now, fast forward to May 21st, dispersal order. At this time, are you wearing any sort of uniform?
Yes, it's full police uniform.
Full police uniform. All right. And I know the body cam questions have already been asked, so I actually don't have any further questions for you, sir.
Can you redirect?
That's what I was gonna come circle back to in regards to you being a certified police officer. You are an M-Pol certified.
That's correct.
You were a certified police officer in the state of Michigan at the time of this incident, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that you were acting as an agent of the University of Michigan that day. Were you also acting as a certified Michigan police officer?
Yes.
There were a lot of questions on cross about what words were said, how much time was given. At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to play a portion of one of the videos on People's Exhibit 3. To hear what was said.
Sorry.
Oops.
Running up to the can now.
Audio is playing, but the video is not.
Can,
Triangle.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
running up to the can now.
I'm going to fast forward to the pertinent point unless anyone has objected.
You just note the time marker.
And also what video this is.
Do you want me to just state it? I can say for the record that this is Abraham Hughes as indicated at the top.
All right, the date.
May 22nd, 2024.
Okay.
I don't believe it has a time, but based on the testimony of the, what did I say? If I misspoke, I'm sorry. This is the morning of May 21st.
I was just asking about like the time marker for when you fast forward.
Timestamp.
I can do that. I can't tell you what time of the morning it is exactly.
Right.
Right now.
It's play point 104.
104 timestamp.
Council, play point 104.
Thank you.
Director Marshall, is that your voice?
Yes.
University of Michigan Diagonal, located at 900 North University Avenue, is closed for restoration and cleanup operations. Please gather your belongings immediately and exit the diagonal to the north towards North University. This drawing is delivered by a licensed and sworn state of Michigan police officer and agent of the University of Michigan. Compliance with this Michigan Commonwealth, Trust Financial Party. University of Michigan Santa Clara, 1.12, discipline. University of Michigan Statement of Supervisor Responsibility. Section 4, challenging compliance with lawful request to leave controlled premises. The time is now 5:41. Your anticipation and cooperation is required. You have 10 minutes to depart. I'll give another warning in 5 minutes. Interrupting a church service. Time is now 5:39 on the record. One more close first, clerical order here. We're ready now. Couple of quick mats on, so you know. At 5:41, we're getting belongs to the Park University of Michigan, Jackson, located at 900 block of University, Ann Arbor, Michigan. You do not have documents to the park premises. Failure to do so will subject you to immediate arrest, restriction from entering upon the University of Michigan property in the future, and for UF affiliate purposes, institutional accountability measures. Time is now 5:46:30.
Didn't quite catch the last thing you said. Is that the go ahead?
It was something to the effect of sorry. Go ahead.
And that's what you're talking about when you did, it wasn't the full 10 minutes.
Correct.
And you've already testified and explained why you did that. I have nothing further. you.
Anything regarding any of the redirect from anybody? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. May this witness be excused. Any objections?
No objection.
Hearing no objections. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. All right, you have 6 more witnesses? Yes. So here's what I'm gonna do. Yes, well, that's what we have on your list.
I believe so, yes.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take about a 15-minute break. We'll come back, we'll start the next witness, we'll see where we'll go. And how long we'll go. Because I'm not even tired yet. Okay, court stands in recess.
All right. The Honorable Judge David Simpson.
You may be seated. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Askey, you have your client?
I do.
Okay, all right, we're good.
You're in the Harmony chair.
But you don't. Oh, good job. You got an SQ problem.
We're missing out.
Oh, and we're missing an attorney and. Yeah, no, you can go nowhere yet.
I think it's better than hurting the squirrels. It's just hurting the cats.
Yes, this is more like herding chipmunks, really. Okay,
Myself included.
so now we have your attorney, good. And we have your attorney, and now both of them are gone. They're on the way
Yeah,
from,
the hallway,
oh, okay.
right behind.
Was it in this building?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'll wait. All right, we're back on the record in the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Willow et al. All right. You may call your next witness.
Call Ryan Kavanaugh to the stand.
You take a seat, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
See, state, spell your first and last name for the record.
Ryan Kavanaugh, RyanCavanagh.
All right, you may inquire.
Thank you. Where are you employed?
At the University of Michigan Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm currently the detective sergeant. In charge of the detective bureau.
And are you a licensed certified police officer?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a police officer?
I've been a police officer for 27 years.
How long have you been with the University of Michigan?
I've been at the university for 19 years. And before that, I was a sheriff deputy for 8.5 years here in Washtenaw County, where I was a road patrol deputy. I was also a DARE instructor. I was a field training officer in addition to a SWAT operator.
I'm going to direct your attention to the date of May 21st, 2024, in the early morning hours. Were you working at that time?
Yes,
5:30 in the morning?
yes,
And were you assigned that day to assist in the restoration and cleanup operation of the University of Michigan DIAG?
I was assigned to be a SWAT leader.
That was my next question. Thank you. What was your role or your assignment that day?
So I was a SWAT leader that I was in charge of 8 police officers.
And what were you wearing or how were you dressed that day?
So for that incident, we were wearing our ballistic helmets and base masks in addition to our gas masks. And also our riot batons.
How about your actual clothes?
I was in a Class B uniform.
And a Class B uniform, does that have any markings or designations on it?
Yes, it has a exterior vest that we wear that has police on the back, and then on the front, there's a spot for our badge in addition to our name on the front.
And you said that you were the squad leader of 8 other officers.
Yes,
How were they dressed? Were they dressed similarly?
yes, they were just the same.
And what was your, as the squad leader, what was your role or job duty that particular morning?
So I was in charge of 8 officers. We were on the west side of the DIAG. And so that was our area of responsibility to clear that area with the minimum amount of force necessary.
And is there a particular way or manner or a plan that was put in place or a particular, we've heard another witness refer to MCADI.
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit about how y'all were arranged and why?
Sure. So MCADI stands for Managing Civil Actions in Threat Incidents. Another name for it is Mobile Field Force. And so I am a mobile field force instructor for our department, where I was sent to Anniston, Alabama, for a week back in 2018. I believe it was. So I went through that training. During that training, as an instructor, you focus on group tactics, not individual tactics. And so for this, for the restoration of the diag area, that morning, basically I met with my squad and talked with them about the tactics of MCAD or Mobile Field Force, because we do trainings every year that I give to the officers, which includes classroom portion in addition to field portion, where we go out and do the different maneuvers, the different formations. And so for this incident, I spoke with my squad beforehand, told them to remember the training that we've had. I also talked to them about using the minimum amount of force necessary to carry out the chief's goal, that was to clear the encampment and diag area. And then I also talked with them about previous DRS tactics that have been utilized.
What do you mean by that?
So as I was working one night on the diag in uniform, a young lady came to me with a pamphlet. And she said, "Are you aware of what's being distributed in this encampment?" And I said, "No." And she gave me this, and it's called a de-arrest. And in this pamphlet, it showed different tactics on how to de-arrest somebody from police officers in addition to using force, physical force, against police officers. And so when that was given to me, I then sent that out to the entire department the night of that incident. But I refreshed the memory of my squad because I wanted them to remember that. In addition, we had other incidents on campus where officers or subjects attempted to disarm police officers, where an Ann Arbor police officer at our Ruthven incident had his baton attempted to be taken from him. A Pittsfield police officer had his gun grabbed during the incident. And so that night there were 40-some people arrested that night. So
Okay, I'm gonna direct you
back to this.
yes,
I was refreshing the memory of the officers.
I see, you're refreshing
that
them,
information.
those incidents is for.
Yes.
purposes of Preparation.
Yes, and
How to
so,
avoid that?
yes,
Okay.
and to stay together and there's no lone rangers here. We don't do anything by ourselves. And that is the MCAD theory for groups, for you to work together as a group to accomplish the goals.
And the MCAD theory, you mentioned formations, does that also include things of that nature?
Yes, and so specifically for the morning of the 21st, we had both flanks covered.
What do you mean by flank?
Yes.
For us
Both,
non-military people?
yep, so both sides of the diagonal was covered, so nobody could come in and come behind the officers, which would be a safety issue. And then we also made sure that there was a clear egress route for the people that wanted to voluntarily comply with the verbal commands.
When you say egress, you mean like exit?
Yes.
A way to exit.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yes,
Just make sure
and
we're-
so,
It's the same thing.
yes, ma'am. And so we talked about the exit route being to the north toward North University. And that would be an area where they could all exit freely without any issues.
What about the sides?
The sides were covered by law enforcement and security officers. And so that was to make sure nobody would come behind the police officers and either attempt to assault us from the rear, or like in the de-arrest pamphlet showed like a protester on the back of a law enforcement officer. And so we did not want that. So to make it as safe as we could, that's why we had the security officers and other additional police officers on the sides or the flanks of the MCAD formation. And then we had two squads. I was on the left-hand side squad, or on the west. On the west.
Say left. I'm a north, south, east, west girl, so.
Yes, ma'am.
So west side.
Yes, so on the west side was my squad, and then there was another squad on the right-hand side In addition,
Whose squad was that?
that was Sergeant, I believe Sergeant Feltus.
Go ahead.
And then there's also an arrest team, which is they're in a line behind each other. So they're not shoulder to shoulder, they're vertical.
Okay.
So directly behind one another. And so that arrest team is there to then arrest any of the main agitators. And there's also grenadiers, which a grenadier in the MCATI formation is someone who has special training in less lethal munitions or gas munitions. So if there was the need to disperse gas, they would be the ones that have that special training. And they take the orders from the incident commander when to deploy gas or utilize any less lethal projectiles.
Any other groups or teams? No. If someone were to have been arrested, was there any group or anyone then addressing that?
Yes, so there was an arrest team that was responsible for that. And I was not responsible for that arrest team.
Or anything after that?
Yes, correct, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you mentioned some of the things that you were wearing. Why were you wearing them and or carrying them? You mentioned the baton, you mentioned your formations. Is that all part of the MCATI training and theory?
Yes, so the MCATI theory is unison as a group, as a sign, as a show of force. And so you have that, hopefully you have that visual deterrent where you want everybody dressed the same. Because in the past, protesters or agitators will identify somebody that looks different.
Objection, relevance.
I'll sustain that.
I'll move on. You're all dressed the same.
Yes, yes, ma'am. And so
Does that keep people from being able to identify one particular person?
to not single someone out other than our name tapes.
Okay, thank you, go ahead.
And then also though, during MCATI, we have different equipment for violent incidents that would include, we call it a turtle shell, where it's a chest plate, a back carrier that protects your back. There's also items for your protection, hard protection for your shoulders, a girdle that you put on, shin guards to protect yourself.
Were you or any of the officers wearing any of that on May 21st?
No.
Tell me about when we've started to see some of the video that the dispersal order was read and we started to observe officers moving forward and making noises or saying something. Tell me about, you mentioned you had batons, and tell me about that. And is that part of the MCATI training in theory and execution?
Yes, and so part of the MCATI training that we want to gain that that voluntary compliance by that show of force. And so part of that will be having the crowd move back. And so to do that, the entire line or the entire squads of officers will have their baton at a 45-degree angle across their chest, and they would give loud verbal commands to move back. And when they say move, they extend their arms to hopefully let the crowd know that they need to move back away from law enforcement as we are taking small steps forward.
And you say for the record, but I don't know if the record is video as well or just transcript. So every part's different. When you extended your arms out, is there a particular level in relationship to the person's body that is done?
Yep, so you want to keep it at chest level, because in MCATI that we teach, we avoid any strikes to the head, neck, or groin area with with the baton. And so when you give the command to move back, it's a 45-degree cross chest. And so that will hopefully give you space with any of the blows.
When you first arrived at U of M Diag that morning, where were you and what did you particularly do?
So my squad approached from the west side of the Hatcher Library. And so as we came out, I could hear Director Marshall's dispersal order that he was giving over the PA because he was behind us. And so we then created a line at that time, a line formation of both squads. And then the arrest team fell in behind the line as they were supposed to. And
Which
then,
way were you all facing?
and we were all facing north. And at that time, I saw some people voluntarily complying with the verbal commands, and they were gathering their items and leaving. And that was the best case scenario. And so those people left without any issues, without any arrests, and that was perfect.
What happened next?
I believe after the second verbal command to disperse, the protesters started barricading in front of officers.
You say barricading, what do you mean?
They started placing items like tables and bicycles and wooden sticks. And then people started throwing, I saw ceramic tiles, little 4x4, I believe, ceramic tiles being thrown at us. And that is when, if I recall correctly, Sergeant Richmond gave the order to move. And that's when we started moving before that 10-minute mark that was originally given due to the actions of the protesters.
And then what did you do?
As we were moving the crowd to the north, some people were engaging the officers physically as they were not moving back as we were giving those verbal commands. And
So every time you said giving those verbal commands, how often were you giving verbal commands, and were they the same, were they different, or something else?
no, so the training and the tactics are the move back verbal commands. And so when the officers are doing that, they're extending their arms with the 45 degrees of time. And then once they reach the crowd that was not moving back and not following our verbal commands, then the crowd started pushing back on officers. And so to alleviate any possible injuries of the officers and the protesters, I then did a 2 to 3 second burst of my department issued ASR.
What's ASR?
It's our aerosol spray. And then at that time, that was effective because then that group of protesters that were physically getting into an altercation with my officers then dispersed and fell back roughly 20 feet. So that was effective. And then I stopped utilizing the spray at that time.
And then what happened?
So we continued to push the crowd to the north, where that was the exit route toward North University, where they became not barricaded, where they would not leave and would not move back, not follow those verbal commands again. And so they started having that physical altercation with my squad, physically assaulting the officers by pushing back. And so I did another 2 to 3 second burst of spray.
You recall, so when just for the sake of visualizing it, the graduate library, the Hatcher Library, the steps, the concrete area or the brick area of the diet. And obviously North University is at the far end, correct?
That is correct.
And then is it correct that there's a flagpole area? Is that sort of, would you say that's the middle? And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I'm asking.
Right.
What's the sort of distance or?
I would say that's the roughly 60%.
Okay.
Toward the north. So past the flagpole, you still have another 40% to go to get to North University.
So the first instance of contact, with your squad, where did that occur?
That was closer to the steps of the library.
And how about the second one that you just described?
That was closer to the flagpole.
Which side?
I'm sorry,
Which side of the flagpole, south or north?
the south side of the flagpole on the west side.
Okay.
And that's also when a subject attempted to grab my baton from me. And at which time I had to use my training. It's a swim move that we use to keep both hands on the baton to get it away from the person that's trying to take it from you. And so I was able to do that and secure my baton from that person that attempted to disarm.
And just to be clear, that is not any of these defendants in court today.
That is correct. And so the next question, well, and so I was not able to grab that person because there was not enough people around. And because of the MCAT training and tactics of groups doing it, you don't do anything by yourself. I couldn't go and grab that person that attempted to disarm me. And so that's why I was not able to arrest him.
So when I hear you say it's all about the group and staying together and proceeding as a group, you're not gonna run off, what I'm understanding your testimony, you're not gonna run off and chase someone to arrest them if they do something like you just described.
That's exactly correct. And then when we were at the flagpole, there was a little lull in the physical altercations. And then we did have some items thrown at us from the north side of the flagpole. There was a few water bottles, and that's one of the main reasons why we wore our helmets and our face shields to protect against any thrown projectiles.
You also mentioned what other items you were wearing. You said, did you have gas masks? Did you wear those all the time?
No, those were on our hips. But then some of the officers did don their gas or they did put their gas masks on during some of the clearing of the diet.
So you mentioned the grenadier, you're talking about gas. Is gas different than your ARS or ASR?
ASR, yes.
Okay.
So the ASR is it's a fogger that is used during these MCAT incidents. And it's roughly the size of your water bottle with a handle. And it shoots a liquid spray roughly 20 to 30 feet. And it is used against crowds that are being assaulted or disorderly. And it's used to gain distance. But that is what that is.
Gain distance
compared
from what?
From the aggressors.
Okay.
And so your officers don't get hurt physically, and then the protesters don't get physically hurt or permanently hurt from the ASR spray. Now, compared to the gas that the grenadiers would deploy, that's more of a smoke. So that's a smoke that would fill the air that is also has CS and irritant in the smoke itself.
Was gas ever used?
No, it's not.
So you testified about the lull, and then you proceeded further north of the flagpole.
Yep,
And
that's
then,
correct.
and then where?
And then we went all the way to the North University Street, where we held partially back from the street, roughly maybe 10 feet from the street, at which time the protesters occupied the sidewalk area when a van pulled up onto the sidewalk. And then that driver left it there. And so we originally were not going to go any further, but because that vehicle could have been used as a weapon against not just us, but the other civilians in the area, we then overtook that vehicle in that area, and we then impounded that vehicle.
And that was at North University.
Yes.
And by that point in time, when you're at North University, has the diag been cleared of people?
The diet was cleared of people, and then they dispersed going down North University as we wanted.
Did you take part in any of the cleanup or go back and see after you finish doing what you just testified to, go back into the area and see anything. Oh, you're not part of any of that?
I was not part of
Okay.
that.
Now, Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm going to play the remainder of the video that I started to play. I'm not going to play it if that's okay with everyone. We heard the director, of course, for the remainder of that video.
And that we did not designate or mark that. So that video,
That is, okay, so People's Exhibit 3 is a thumb drive. On
Got it.
that thumb drive contains Abraham Hughes video that we began to see.
yes,
It also contains a number of body worn camera videos. Council and I showed them what was on the thumb drive, and they have all stipulated for purposes of this exam that this thumb drive and the contents therein are okay.
that was the stipulation we were talking about before. So there are a number of videos, not just one.
Correct. I was trying to be efficient and put them all in one.
Is there anybody that is in disagreement with that? All right. I have not admitted Exhibit 3.
I would ask it be admitted then. I'm sorry.
Any objection to that? I believe there was a stipulation to that, but I had not formally done that. All right, Exhibit 3 is admitted. Okay.
And just for the court's knowledge, it's about 30 minutes long. And Officer Detective, right, Kevin, have you had an opportunity to watch this video?
Yes,
And just briefly, before I play it, what is it? You're familiar with Mr. Hughes,
yes,
Officer Hughes?
yes.
And what was his role and what is this video depicting, and just in general?
So generally, it just shows him as an outsider, not being actively involved in the clearing of the diag area, and his video record of the incident. In it, you can see people voluntarily complying with the order, the dispersal order, and those people leaving.
And I'm gonna stop here for a second, because we're gonna see it, so I'm not gonna testify about what's in it, but when you reviewed it, would you say I'm offering it to show sort of an overall general view of incident of what was occurring that day?
Yes,
It's not specific to anybody's body cam or anybody's interaction with any particular defendant, correct?
correct.
Okay.
Students from University, Ann Arbor, Michigan. Do not apply to the part of premises.
And just for the record, I'm gonna start this at about 5.8 minutes in. We already saw the beginning of the directive order, so there's less to watch.
It's in my right to say your no. Where's my where's my freedom of speech? Where's my freedom of speech? Where's I'm gonna file that. Get that with you.
Is he leaving? Is he leaving? Everybody get it?
A couple questions. Perspective of the MK trading, something that I saw and heard, I had two questions about. I heard sometimes the word line. What does that mean?
So that is when, so that an MK situation is very fluid. Sometimes you can't have a perfect line. And so if one side or one squad is having more resistance than the other, you don't want to get ahead of yourself because then that can leave a gap, which would then cause an officer safety issue. And so when you heard Sergeant Richmond yell, "Hold the line," then you heard the squad leaders repeat that verbal command, and then we would stop where we were and then regroup. And to regroup, you basically look to your left and you look to your right to make sure that you have law enforcement on each side of you. And so we would, if we were crooked, we would then regroup to line back up and make sure everyone was together.
I also noticed there were a number of times that you all stopped and just stood there. I guess, what was the reason for that? Just waiting, or it's just times that
in some of those lulls, you want to pause and hope that the core group of protesters are going to voluntarily comply. And as that video did depict, that some people were there, were not actively aggressive, were not assaulting the police officers. They were there on the sides, on the periphery, not physically engaging the officers. And those people were not arrested. They weren't exposed to chemical agents, the ASR spray. And so you showed that it was a good depiction of the voluntary compliance. And then the group that was there to agitate and assault these police officers.
I want to object to
Objection.
that.
Sustain the objection.
You, when I was asking questions prior to playing the video about the batons and the 45-degree angle, and you have demonstrated that it's held out to create space, what is then happening? What is supposed to happen after the baton goes out? What is that for? We're leading, and I'm not trying to lead, but I mean, is it to make space for whom to do what?
It's basically a show of force in hopes that they will see that visual deterrence and that they would then verbally comply or voluntarily comply with those verbal commands to disperse.
It's creating a distance between the officer's chest and the baton, correct? When an officer holds. If an officer
Sustained.
holds up-
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. What happens when an officer holds out the baton?
They don't hold it out there for any time.
Okay,
It's basically a push, pull. And so they will push it out arm's length and then pull it back in.
and during that time, what kind of thing else are they doing with the rest of their body?
They're doing, say, foot drag. So they're taking a short step forward and dragging their rear foot. So that is in hopes that the group that's protesting will then leave, so the officers don't have to make contact. So that's why you saw officers taking small steps in small increments, in hopes that we would gain voluntary compliance.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Murad.
Sergeant Kavanaugh. Good. Good. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions.
Sure.
In the beginning of your testimony, you mentioned receiving some sort of pamphlet. You didn't get this pamphlet from anybody at the DIAG, correct?
That's incorrect.
You got it from someone at the DIAG.
Yes.
Okay. And was the person who gave you this pamphlet, to your knowledge, were they a protester?
They appeared to be college age. There was a college age female that
Okay.
showed me the pamphlet.
Got it. And have you seen that the pamphlet you saw, was it only one or were there multiple pamphlets?
She only showed me one.
Got it. To your knowledge, do you know who, I guess, created this pamphlet?
No, I don't.
Okay. You'd recognize this pamphlet if you saw it today?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Now, I'm going to fast forward just a little bit. So when you guys first arrived, you guys arrive at the entrance of the DIAG, correct?
What's your definition of the entrance of the DIAG?
So I guess I would say right before that brick area where the tents are erected in the front, there's a little bit of a space. I'd call that the entrance. Would you agree with me?
No.
Okay. Could you tell me where you believe the entrance of the DIAG is?
Well, the DIAG itself is the entire area from South University to East University to North University to South.
Okay.
And it has many entrances, but there's not one main entrance to the DIAG.
Fair enough. I guess the area that I'm referencing is the place where there were tents. Is that where you and your fellow officers first approached the encampment?
We approached the encampment from the south.
Okay. And your goal was to eventually push everybody north, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, you indicated that protesters were in physical altercations with your officers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, do you know if any of those protesters initiated any physical contact with your officers?
What? Repeat that question?
Did any protesters touch any of your officers before your officers touched them?
I can't give that answer.
Fair enough. Now, did you see any of your officers pushing any of the protesters?
I saw my officers utilizing their MCAT tactics to move the crowd that refused the verbal commands to disperse. Yes, I did.
Okay. So just so I'm clear for my answer, you did see officers push protesters back physically, correct?
The ones that refused to leave voluntarily, yes.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that ceramic tile was thrown at an officer. Is that correct?
Yes,
Do you, was that ceramic tile collected for evidence?
not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know what color this tile is?
No, I don't.
Did you see it yourself?
I did.
Okay. Now, I know we've talked about this a ton, but would you agree with me that the goal here in cleaning out this diag was to remove the tents and protesters from the area? I'll break it down. Would you agree that part of your goal here was to remove the tents from the encampment?
Yes,
Okay. Now, there's a point in time in that video we watched where every, I guess, protester or anyone around had already been past that tent, the tent areas. Would you agree with me when you're approaching closer to the flagpole?
are you saying that all of the protesters were to the north of all of the tents?
Yes. Yes, I am. Okay. So since your goal was, since they were north of all of the tents, you would agree that by the time they got north of those tents, that some of those tents and other encampment items were being removed, correct?
Not to my knowledge at that time.
Okay. When you watch that video, did you see officers moving any items?
Yes,
Okay. So when you approach the flagpole, at this point, why are you still, I guess, why are you or the officers still pushing the group north?
because it was announced that the diag was closed. And just to the flagpole is not the entire diag. And so all the way to North University, like I stated before, is the diag that we were pushing them all the way there so they could then disperse.
Okay. And I watched the video that we played. I saw at least two people, I would say, get slammed to the floor. Would you agree with me?
I recall one, yes.
Okay. Are you aware if that person that you recall initiated any physical contact with the police?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. Are you aware of any use of force investigation with regard to any of the police officers?
There was a use of force done. I don't understand what your definition of an investigation would be, but we reported the use of force that was used to our command. And so they were aware, like I reported my use of force of utilizing the 2 to 3 second burst that I did 3 times. Then I also reported the contact that I had with the person that attempted to disarm me. So yes.
Okay. Are you aware if there was a use of force investigation regarding any of the people we saw get slammed on the floor in the video?
I don't know that.
Okay. You mentioned a phrase a few times, and that was show of force. Would you agree?
Yes.
Now, would you agree that in this show of force that the goal was to intimidate the protesters?
The show of force, it does intimidate, yes.
Okay, and that was in fact your goal, correct?
No, our main goal was to clear it with the minimum amount of force necessary.
I understand. Now, are you aware if any officer was in fact injured?
During this event,
Correct.
not to my knowledge.
Okay. Are you aware if any protesters were injured?
From the exposure,
I'm sorry, I
from
didn't,
the exposure of the ASR
in general,
in general.
in general, you're not aware. Okay. I don't have any other questions right now.
All right. So Mr. Macklin,
Your Honor, respect, I have no questions for this witness.
None.
none. Dangerous.
Just very briefly, so when you're saying move back, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, but you're not telling the protesters where to move to, is that correct?
we're telling them to move back and we're in a line formation. And the only way they can go is northbound because the flanks or the sides have law enforcement officers that would have directed them northbound also. Plus, they were given verbal commands at the beginning of the dispersal order to move to the north toward North University. So they were aware where to go.
Okay, but they were moving in that direction, is that correct? Towards the more north, they were moving towards the north,
Yes,
okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right. Ms. McNulty.
So is north the only acceptable exit?
in this situation, yes.
That's all.
That's it? That's it? You're good? Okay, Mr. Drummond.
No questions for this witness.
All right. And Mr. Kuchar.
Just a couple. When you arrived there, you were able to see that there was an, like an exit way, correct? You said you wanted to look to make sure there was an egress. Remember that?
Regarding,
From within the encampment, that there was a way for people to exit,
yes,
right? And from as far as you could tell, there was an egress, correct? People
Yes.
could leave.
through my prior contacts on the diag, I knew that there was a north entrance to the encampment, even after they put chicken wire and different barricades. So yes, the north was the egress or the exit route, and that was the planned route because of that.
Okay. And as far as what was taking place at that encampment, you didn't have any incidents of violence before the dispersal of the encampment on May 21st, correct?
Not that I can recall.
You weren't aware of anybody being hurt or injured in any way, correct?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Thank you. You may step down. Thank you. There's 5 more, right? I think we can get through 1 more at least today. So I'm gonna take a brief break. Everybody,
My next one's actually the longest officer.
We got a long drive.
Take a short one.
your long drive,
I live in Kalamazoo, Judge.
that's your fault. Okay, well,
I would say.
everybody-
Take a testimony from the longest witnesses, believe it or not.
pardon?
I would say we have taken testimony from the longest witnesses.
I know.
Wise. Even though we have 4 more, one is extremely short, one is a little longer, and then there's one main officer that will be the longest, which was intending to be my next witness.
Gotcha. Okay, so, well, hold on. The council, when we were back in chambers, indicated that the 3 initial witnesses, at least this is what I thought, pertain to everyone. And then it got more specific with,
Oh, yes.
okay,
Now, my
so,
intention is to, purposes of the body cam, is to go to certain play points that are relevant to that particular defendant and that particular officer that's testified.
okay, and may potentially be relevant to other co-defendants in that category. Okay, let me take a break, come back. I'll make a decision on that, and everybody should be prepared to look at their calendars. Let's figure this out. Okay, court statement recess.
All right.
I gotta go to calendar too.
Let me see.
When you move across the, you move back, you. Look me up, man. I got a 54P number.
Yeah, oh my gosh. We're texting, yeah. Yeah, I got this. It's very viral.
It's not.
Watch it.
Washington State of Michigan is back in session.
Did you get that out of you? Okay. You may be seated. Wow. You just forgot. Very well. All right. I am like raring to go. I have my second win, but apparently somebody got to be in Kalamazoo. So,
And it's snowing.
you know, everybody keeps complaining about that. I am a born and bred Michigander. This snow does not bother me at all, but everybody else, that's fine. Get four-wheel, you'll be all right. All right. I have some dates. I don't know that any of them will work. Let's hope they do. I have nothing left in February. So it would be March 3rd would be the next available date.
I'm still on a cruise that day. I'm sorry.
Oh, hell, we doing it then. No, I'm sorry. What do you mean? You're be on a cruise. And so we're supposed to think.
That's my one vacation for the year, Your Honor. The last day of the cruise, I'll be on a boat coming back.
I really almost want to say it. Just said no. March 10th.
Perfect.
Council.
That works for us.
Works for you.
I got something in the afternoon, but I'll make it work. I'll make it work.
No. You got your one favor of being able to drive back to Kalamazoo, so that's it.
Everybody available March 10th?
I can make it work.
Yeah, I'll make it work.
It'll work. All right. Then we will adjourn to March 10th, 2025 at 9 a.m. And hopefully we will go to conclusion on that day, folks. I just don't have.
9 o'clock, Judge?
Pardon?
9 o'clock?
9 o'clock. All right. Everybody, thank you very much. Was there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing nothing, we're adjourned. Thank you, folks.